Now call to order this meeting of the Moore County Board of Education. This serves as both a work session and a special called meeting. It is Monday, October 4th, and we are beginning at 1 p.m. I'll go ahead and note that Ms. Caldwell and Mr. Holmes will be joining us slightly later. At this time, I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Levy, second by Mr. Dennison. All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, the motion carries 5-0. Would you please join me and stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. I'll now ask Ms. Thompson to lead us in a moment of silence.
If everyone would join me in a moment of silence at this time, please. Thank you.
All right, let us move now to action item number 1, the proposal to proclaim a Safe Schools Week. Dr. Gramercy.
Yeah, Madam Chair, shortly after a conversation I had with Mr. Hensley a couple of months ago, it was brought to my attention that there is we had a conversation along this line of sort of having a time when we elevate public focus on school safety, specifically to the weeks right before right before and after school opens. Well, by the time we had the conversation, that opportunity had already come and gone. Then I learned about National School Safety Week and turned it over to Ms. Murphy. And so, at least to kind of get the ball rolling on this, which we can expand upon in the future, we thought we would start with the board offering a resolution in support of our district's recognition of that. So, not to steal her thunder, but hers and Mr. Batchelor's thunder here, I just want to give a little bit of history on what brought us to this. So, Mr. Batchelor and then Ms. Murphy.
Well, first I'd like to introduce our new Assistant Director for Communications, Charlie Batchelor. Mr. Batchelor comes to us from
the military.
exactly, and I think this is you just had your first full month here.
I did.
So we're going to continue his working with us by launching a nice little campaign for the third week of October.
Yes. Well, thank you. Like she said, my name is Charlie Batchelor. The National School Safety Center supports October 17th through the 23rd, 2021 as America's Safety School Week. Safe Schools Week is an opportunity to recognize the efforts made to keep our schools safe. The goal is to motivate key education and law enforcement policymakers, students, parents, and community residents to vigorously advocate school safety. School safety includes keeping campuses free of crime and violence, improving discipline, and increasing student attendance. It is imperative to provide schools that are safe and free of violence, weapons, and drugs to ensure the well-being of all children and the quality of their education. If endorsed by the board, the district will use communication platforms such as social media, school messenger, and local radio stations to educate Moore County residents, employees, and students on procedures used to keep our schools safe.
Thank you, and welcome, Mr. Batchelor.
Thank you.
Let me say that again. Thank you and welcome. Are there comments or questions about the resolution? As these days go on, you cut on the news and you find another announcement about a school shooting or a threat. I believe there has been a school in Cumberland County closed down within the last week because of similar actions. It's very difficult to learn anything if you're continually worried about your own personal safety, and we want parents to feel very, very positive about sending their children to our schools. So to highlight the fact that we have very safe schools in Moore County, that we have a very actively trained faculty within our schools, and that we have a really on-the-ball police force working with us is worthy of note. So are there other comments or questions concerning this, Mr. Hensley? Okay.
Go ahead.
Mr. Levy?
I'll defer.
Well, of course, hello. Am I on? Yeah, my button's on. Not sure.
While Mr. Eklund is doing that, would you pull up the attachment, please?
Oh, thanks.
Hello. Yep, okay. Of course, everyone's for school safety, no one is going to be anti-school safety. I do have to say that the last proclamation that we passed, and these are just thoughts off the top of my head that I jotted down. The last proclamation we passed, there was no mention of money being spent. And then I was surprised to learn that we passed a proclamation, and then using discretion that the superintendent has, there was money expended to support the proclamation. So,
Could you be more specific? What proclamation and what money
yeah,
was
when
spent?
we, and I don't know the source of the funding, but when we passed the proclamation of the month of the military child, people had purple shirts that said military child, and there were events and there was money spent, but the board wasn't made aware that there were expenditures that were going to go along with that proclamation. So,
I believe that money, and the purple shirts you were referencing was from McDeeds Creek Elementary and was funded through their school-generated resources through after-school care and before-school care. A shirt was provided to every child within the school, and I believe they had some excess that were distributed. But that was not a county-wide expense.
well, again, I'm not, now that you brought it up, I also saw those purple shirts at the central office. I saw the superintendent wearing one.
And you
So-
just heard me say there were excess shirts
Right,
and they were
but
distributed.
my point is not to rehash that intentionally. In fact, I intentionally did not want to rehash that and dredge that up. So I just want to, for the record, make sure that it's clear that the chair brought that up. But if there's any costs associated with this, I would just like to know it before the meeting.
Yes, sir.
And
Yeah, Mr.
and
yeah.
and the reason I bring it up is because it talks about media and,
Yeah, the PSAs are free,
okay, so it'll be PSAs.
right.
Okay, good. That's what I was hoping to hear. I just, if I'm going to vote for something, I want to know if I'm also voting for money to be expended. The other thing that concerns me on this is a couple months ago, 2 or 3 months ago, I saw a report in the Pilot newspaper that talked about some local school violence committee. I forget, I'm struggling to remember the name of it. And I just wonder if this has any ties to that committee.
You know the name of the committee?
No,
I
no.
don't recall.
If I could, Mr. Hensley?
Yes,
Yeah,
please.
Dr. Powers, we have our own District Safe Schools Committee, which we've described previously, but I believe the meeting that Mr. Hensley's referring to is the courts group, the court system committee. Can you recall the name of that committee? Because that was, in the time frame he just referenced, I think that's the meeting he's referring to. If you could repeat that, please. Juvenile Crime Prevention Council, the Moore County, yeah, I believe that's the one you're referring to, Mr.
Yeah,
Hensley.
because, and I'm doing this from memory, I didn't prep for this, but I'm doing this from memory, and it talked about, having some tie-in to Moore County schools, or hoping to have a tie-in with Moore County schools, and to my knowledge, that's all unauthorized or unofficial. So I want to make sure this is not part of some pre-existing.
There have been meetings that we've been invited to in the past with that group, and there have been some discussions, but off the top of my head, I can't think of anything specific that we're doing now that relates to those discussions. Is that correct, Dr. Powers?
That is correct.
All right, so you,
We do have a school representative that's a part of that, KCPC.
Right.
Attends, quarter meetings.
yes.
This is, to my knowledge, there's no tie to that and the safety.
Yeah, is that helpful, Mr. Hensley?
It does. And then finally, my last point is, and again, I'm all for this proclamation, but, it talks about keeping our schools safe and free of violence, weapon, and drugs. Well, there's other things we can do rather than just pay lip service and do a proclamation. If we want to keep our schools free of drugs, then why don't we do, and I'm sure this is a whole nother discussion, but, why don't we bring drug dogs through for unannounced sweeps and stuff? And let's get serious about preventing drugs in our schools, not just doing a proclamation and acting like we've really done something to solve the problem.
Drug dog searches are not off the table. Those are periodically used. I've seen them used more frequently in the past. Have we done anything like that, Dr. Powers, here anytime recently?
Not recently.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
uh,
it-
There's some other legal considerations
There are.
around that we can explore with the council and
Yeah, and so that's not out of the question. That is something, it is a practice that you'll hear about from time to time. I can't, right now, without taking a deep dive on any one of these issues, but certainly if we felt as though that was something that we should do, then that's not off the table.
And I'm not recommending that as part of this proclamation. I'm just saying that,
Sure.
again, we should keep our schools free of drugs, and they shouldn't be free fire zones for drug dealers to poison our children. And the way we weed them out is, have programs such as random drug dogs and stuff like that. So again, not part of this proclamation, but it's just things that are on the top of my head.
We'll be talking about our strategic goals and objectives in November, and that might be a good time to revisit that. Yeah.
Madam Chair, and I just have a comment that we have, one of the reasons for the surveys, we have questions on there to find out how much of a problem we do have in some of these areas. And when you get the report back after compare, you'll see if there's any difference in whether or not what we're doing is effective.
Just one grammatical issue. In number 4, do we need a comma after leaders and after business?
Number 4.
Don't have it in front of me.
The whereas all leaders, especially those in education.
Which line?
First line of number 4. All leaders, especially those in education, law enforcement, government. Okay, it's just the way I read it.
Whereas
is
all
that-
leaders, especially those in it, there could be a comma after that, Madam Chair, in order to secure your vote in support of this.
I'm going to support it with or
there's a
without the comma. I'll defer.
She's an English teacher. We need to defer.
I will go with whatever way you present it to us.
I'm not sure if I could get drug dogs in this week, but I could definitely put a comma after that word, so.
All right, are there further questions or comments on this? All right, then thank you very much.
Thank you both very
And we will
much.
move on.
At this time, Madam Chair, with your permission.
Yes, sir.
I'll
Next
invite
item.
Dr. Locklear and Dr. Powers to come forth to provide us with our monthly COVID-19 management update and with staff recommendation regarding the state-required monthly vote on our mask requirements.
Thank you, Dr. Grimsey. Good afternoon, board members, Madam Chair. As Dr. Grimsey noted, this is what will be our monthly report on COVID-19 management update. I always like to start out our report, we'll pull up the presentation, with thanking our partners that we've worked with throughout the many, many months that we've been managing this pandemic in our school district, working tightly and collaboratively with the Moore County Health Department, the ABC Science Collaborative, First Health of the Carolinas, and I always like to pause just a second and always thank our parents, the great job they continue to do to support us, to have grace, to have patience and flexibility as we continue to manage the COVID-19 pandemic. That goes for our community as well. Certainly our students have done some incredible job of being flexible, persevering, of showing grit, of leaning in and continuing to learn and participate and give us a lot to smile and celebrate as we've moved through this pandemic. And then, again, any chance I have, I like to just celebrate our staff, an incredible job our staff has done at our schools of managing this pandemic, of being flexible and doing what they had to do to keep learning moving forward. So I always like to pause and thank them for that. Related to that, Dr. Powers is going to take us through some updates in several areas, the first of which is any updates we have related to athletics, related to the Department of Health and Human Services guidance that we continue to use, their recommendations and their requirements, updates related to quarantine management and our continued collaboration with the Moore County Health Department. So we're going to dive a little deeper in some quarantine information, some resources around that, and take a moment to take a look at the frequently asked questions document that we've developed in collaboration with the Communications Department that's on our website. Dr. Powers will give us a little information about the legal requirements related to quarantines and contact tracing. The board asked us to take a little deeper look at that before we came back and gave you an update today, and so we worked with our legal counsel to take a little deeper dive in that area. Lastly, we'll show you some updates around our COVID-19 metrics as we move through the school year, and then the recommendation from staff that we have for the next month related to face masking. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Powers so he can walk us through the various updates. Seth?
Thank you, Dr. Locklear. So we'll start with athletics, take a look at that. Really nothing to report in terms of new DHHS or North Carolina High School Athletic Association guidance related to athletics over the past month. And I'm also happy to report that not just as of the 28th, but as of through the end of last Friday, we have no athletic teams in group quarantine at this time, so that's great news.
Wasn't there just a game postponed for quarantine that was not because of us?
Correct. That was Northmore and Jordan Matthews.
It was Jordan Matthews had the problem.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
And just to be clear, when you say group quarantine, that's full or partial? That would be half a team's
In
not
general,
quarantined.
When we
Or,
say group quarantine, we mean the full team, but we've been very fortunate over the past few weeks. We've really had hardly any athletics-related issues at all. No large groups from any team.
I think the question has to do with the definition of a group quarantine, and I think, since I analyze this every week, group means that group suffered multiple quarantines related to the same exposure. So we call it a group quarantine, but depending upon how many students were either vaccinated or had COVID within the last 90 days, or for whatever factors, there could be multiple ones of them that don't get quarantined. And so if we don't meet that standard, the whole group goes, and any number of others might not go, depending upon the analysis of what their circumstances are.
so to be clear, that previous slide, if, say, a football team had 25% or 10% of his team quarantined because they were not vaccinated, then it would not show up there, or it would show up there.
No, it would, yeah.
Okay,
yeah, it
okay,
would.
so if any-
A good example would be cross-country. Here a couple weeks ago, Pinecrest boys and girls cross-country teams were labeled a group quarantine, but in the end, there was maybe, out of like 50, maybe only 6 ended up getting quarantined because so many of them were vaccinated.
Here's another way to look at it as well. We call it a group quarantine when the health department directs us that because of the number of students that are infected and the fact that there is evidence of spread among the team, they will say, okay, unfortunately, we're going to have to quarantine this group. And at that point, you go back, you start to look at, okay, how many of these children are fully vaccinated? How many may have had COVID in the last 90 days? And those children would not be required to quarantine as a part of that, but it's still a group quarantine.
Yeah, there's a low threshold for the definition of group. So actually, when we say we don't have any, that's really good news, because even if it's only 3 out of 20, it'll still be called a group quarantine. So when we have none,
Yeah, that's the answer to
That's
my
good news.
question. So if it's a subset of a larger group, it's
That's correct.
reflected as a group quarantine.
that's correct.
Okay, thank
Yeah,
you.
yep.
Okay, so just an update on some current COVID-19 restrictions. I just wanted to make you aware that all previous DHHS guidance from August and September as a part of the Strong Schools NC Public Health Toolkit for K-12 remain in place, so nothing has changed related to that guidance over the past month since we presented. Also, DHHS has released a new document. It's the COVID-19 Control Measures in Schools. And this was released to provide clarification on the roles of schools in the implementation of isolation, quarantine, and exclusion in our state. And I will say that everything that was a part of this new document are things that we in Moore County Schools have been doing and continue to do. So this is not, I think when it came out, people thought, oh, this is new guidance. No, it was not new guidance. It was just more of a deeper clarification and explanation defining the terms isolation, quarantine, and exclusion, and then outlining how each should be implemented in schools. So that's what that document was, and like I said, pleased to say that those were things that Moore County Schools was already working with our health department to do. So related to that and our continued quarantine management and collaboration with our Moore County Health Department, Staff still continues to communicate daily and meet formally, weekly with our Moore County Health Department staff. Also want to make you aware that our Moore County school staff has found that approximately 20% of positive cases in our schools, so that's 1 in 5, involve the positive coming to school while symptomatic. So in an effort to combat this, the Moore County Health Department has recommended that if anyone in a household is symptomatic or awaiting COVID test results, other asymptomatic household members should not attend school until the symptomatic individual has a negative test result or alternative diagnosis. This does not apply to individuals who have been vaccinated. So that is a little bit of a difference and a change there, and the health department is recommending that. It's not a requirement, but it is recommended. The school district, we did a communicate message to our families to make them aware. And again, we're just trying to ask that people who are symptomatic or have likely have a household member who is positive, that they're very careful about coming to school and potentially exposing others.
And for this situation, Dr. Powers, I believe I heard you say for athletics that if individuals had been vaccinated or had had COVID in the past, that they would too be in that same scenario. Does that apply for this too?
It
Not
would,
only vaccinated, but have had COVID
within the past 90 days.
within the past 90 days?
It would also apply to
Okay,
Thompson
okay,
in this scenario.
okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And in that case, they can come to school.
Correct.
Right, okay.
Another change from our Moore County Health Department, so the quarantine guidance for partially vaccinated individuals has changed to now allow for shortened 7 and 10-day quarantines following CDC guidelines for individuals who have received both doses of a 2-dose vaccine, but 2 weeks have not passed since the second dose. So we did have some situations where we had an individual who was exposed to a positive, and they had just received the second dose of their 2-dose vaccine series. So it was Pfizer or Moderna. And because of that, the health department, we had some discussion around this, and they decided that, you know what, once you have your first dose, certainly after you have your second, you start to build immunity. And although you're not considered fully vaccinated until 2 weeks have passed after your second dose, the health department felt like that the immunity that had been built from the first dose and then that would continue to build from the second dose would be enough to allow those individuals to come back to school under the 7 and 10-day quarantine guidelines. And I did put in there following CDC guidance for 7 and 10-day guidelines, because there are some rules you have to follow there. To return after 7 days, you have to test on day 5 or after, receive a negative test before you could come back, and then you still have to adhere to all non-pharmaceutical control measures such as masking, physical distancing. The same for 10 days, but you don't have to have a negative test then, just be asymptomatic and you could return. But again, anybody that returns early from a quarantine before 14 days has to adhere to those non-pharmaceutical control measures, masking, physical distancing, which I'll share as well. We've shared this before. People have a hard time understanding sometimes, so I hope our community hears this. The reason we can't just do that 10 or 7-day quarantine in general is because when children come back to school, we've got all of our children in school, and there's no way that we can guarantee physical distancing when classrooms are full. And that's part of the reason that the health department has not relaxed those shortened quarantines, or implemented those shortened quarantines. The Moore County Health Department does not currently have the staff capacity to do all case investigation, contact tracing in schools. Moore County school staff are asked to continue to provide support in these areas in order to effectively and efficiently communicate with parents in instances of in-school infection and required quarantine in order to mitigate spread of the virus. So the board had directed us to have some further conversation with the health department about the schools not working to support contact tracing and that being something totally that the health department would take care of. The health department has shared that, just based on their staff capacity, they're not able to do that. So Moore County School staff provide the case information that the health department needs and requests, and then the health department then provides direction related to any required isolations and quarantines, and then our Moore County School staff communicate with the affected individuals on behalf of the health department. So that's kind of how that works. And then I've got some legal requirements that we've also found that can also be shared so that you're.
Go ahead and shift to that, but Mr. Hensley, go to the next slide,
Yeah,
but
let's-
answer
Let's
Mr.
look at the
Hensley.
legal requirements first. I mean, look, there's obvious retorts to that, though. We're short bus drivers, and we still have to get the kids to school. We don't force driving buses to DMV. We're short teachers, but we still have to teach our children, and we're still responsible for that. We don't tell the health department we're short on teachers, so come educate our students. And if the Department of Moore County Health Department doesn't have enough people to do contact tracing, we'll find out here in a minute. I suspect if it's their responsibility, then they need to realign their budget and do what we'll find out what they're legally required, but I find it outrageous if they're legally required to do it, that their excuse is, we don't have the people. Well, we don't have enough bus drivers, but we still have to get the mission done. So,
And yeah, we certainly wish they have more staff to do that. They're looking at avenues through some alternative funding to hire more staff to be able to support that. What I would say, what our goal is, just, that is what it is. They have the staff they have. So what can we do as a school district that's going to best serve our parents in this situation? So instead of us throwing our hands up and saying, well, you don't have enough staff, and we're going to say, okay, well, what we can do is, we have the seating charts. They're right here. We have the parents' phone numbers easily accessible. So when we share with the health department and they say, well, based on, it looks like the only thing where people were possibly exposed was during lunch when they were within 6 feet with no mask. So we're going to need to quarantine those lunch close contacts. Well, the school staff can easily look at the seating chart, see who those people are, and then send that letter home that day, provide the phone call to the parents to notify the classrooms or the bus that day. Whereas if that was just left totally up to the health department, it might be days before that occurred. And so we just want to make sure that we're providing the best service to our families that we can, because we think our parents would want to know as quickly as possible.
And that's still open to debate. Let's frame the conversation by reviewing if you could, Mr. Dennison, let Dr. Powers review the legal. Mr. Hensley had said let's look at the legal requirements, and let's do that first, and then open it up.
Sure. Okay. So Tharrington Smith provided a legal memorandum, and that had been through the consultation with also the Moore County Health Department's legal counsel. School districts and their employees have a legal obligation to report.
Excuse me, I don't mean to interrupt, but is he reading a memorandum which was sent to us by our attorneys? And might that be attorney-client privilege? I don't know the answer.
No,
to
it's
that.
not. What you
Oh,
have
okay,
on the
all
slide's
right.
been authorized by legal counsel.
All right,
for
that's
districts.
fine, that's fine. I
Thank
just
you for
want to
asking,
make
though.
sure of.
Yeah, Mr. Levy, thank you.
Okay. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
No worries. School districts and their employees have a legal obligation to report confirmed or suspected cases of COVID-19 to the local health department. So we know, and obviously when we're aware of positive cases, we absolutely have that communication, and as we've said, that happens daily. School districts and their employees have a legal obligation to share records that the local health director determines are pertinent to the health department's investigation of reported cases of COVID-19. And school districts have a legal obligation to require students and staff to comply with COVID-19 control measures, such as quarantine or isolation orders issued by the local health department.
and I mean, it's worth noting that nowhere in there is a legal requirement to conduct conduct contact tracing. Right? My read on that, nowhere in there is a legal requirement for us or our personnel to conduct contact tracing.
I think that there's that area that needs to be interpreted, and to go back, there were two motivations for inclusion of this slide in the presentation. One was the board's request, last time you guys asked us to do that. But it was timely because Union County had just asked those same questions and sort of pushed the envelope on it. And ultimately, legal counsel's advice from that was what? What was the takeaway from Union County
Health department's gotta do
Union
it.
County is not an example to follow.
Well, I know that, but ultimately, the outcome there is that the Union County School Board did have an obligation.
Exactly. Whereas Union County had said, well, you know what, we're just gonna totally back away, and this is all on the health department.
That's correct.
After they conferred with legal counsel and was contacted by the state, they decided there were certain things that legally they had to follow, such as alerting when there's a positive case, the health department, also, sharing information requested by the health department.
And provide reasonable assistance. In the information that we provide in accordance with what the legal counsel defines as requirements, we're not per se doing contact tracing in that sense. What we're doing is affording them with information, and then we're serving as the communications with the parents in order to shorten the amount of time so that they don't get told later.
Seth,
Exactly correct.
Yeah.
Seth, I have a question. Who is responsible for funding the health department for what they need to do their job? The county is.
Well, I actually like to follow up on what Mr. Dennison said, because what I'm thinking here is if we can figure out the quantifiable cost of what we're doing, I think we need to go to the county and ask for a supplemental. Because, our funds are tight. They decided they're not going to raise the money that we were given last year. Last year, we weren't doing contact tracing. I understand that it's hard for the superintendent to say, well, they called us up and they wanted something from a seating chart, and all the teacher does is look down at the seating chart, yes, Joe is there, John is here, and whatever. But if there's an actual cost to this, I think we need to know about it, and I think we need to go to the county commissioners and ask them for supplemental.
Well, and I've received reports from parents that school nurses have set students down, and they use the word interrogate. That's a bit strong, but I've received reports contrary to what is being said here, that Moore County school personnel, nurses, and teachers are conducting contact tracing and are not just handing over maps. They're sitting students down and they're asking them, who did you sit next to? Who were you on the playground with, and this and that. So somewhere, and I believe the parents in that case, so somewhere there's a disconnect. And
I'm not saying that questions aren't asked to try to determine who close contacts might be at school. That absolutely happens. I'm not trying to say that doesn't.
Again, I would prefer our teachers teach, and if we're not legally required to do contact tracing, and that's a mission of the health department, I'm sorry that they haven't properly prioritized their funds to conduct the much-needed contact tracing, but that should not degrade our educational responsibility of our teachers to teach. And that's what's happening. Every minute they spend doing contact tracing is a minute less that they spend teaching our children to read and write and do arithmetic.
Agreed. And, in general, to my knowledge, it's our nurses who are generally having those conversations and talking with the students and trying to figure those things out.
And that's another issue. At our last school board meeting, and I don't know if this is true or not, but a parent stood right here and quoted, I didn't get the parent's name because I wanted to follow up with them, but the person claimed that the health department was required to fund the nursing positions in our schools. I haven't followed up on that. I have no reference for that, but
That's incorrect.
But while we're on the nurses and what their responsibilities are, I have to admit, when teachers are called, whether it's because there's an outbreak of head lice in their classroom, I mean, the same kind of things happen that the same letters are going out, and there's a lot of follow-up to be done. But our nurses are beyond stressed. They don't have the time of the day to deal with any other health crisis, whether it's the child who is diabetic and has gone down in the classroom and has serious needs that must be served immediately. And we're stretching them so incredibly thin to run all of the aspects of COVID as well as do their jobs. And it is very concerning. I thought that I read in the pilot, and I was looking over at Mary Kate, it was an article not about the schools, but that some of the ESSER funds that were coming to the county were going to be used to hire additional nurses to facilitate contact tracing, I guess, within the county. But maybe I misread that. I thought that I had read that in the paper.
And I don't have all the details around, but speaking to the Moore County Health Department, Mr. Whitman has shared that they are in the process, they have received some funding to hire some additional staff for contact tracing and to support, and they're in the process of working to do that.
Well, that is certainly good. However,
Yeah.
I agree with everyone else. The schools need to be number one on their list of priorities
I
to
do think
help
that-
us with this.
that They are. And I will say this to your point, Chair Carter. I'm not going to miss this opportunity to say this since you brought it up. During the first month of school, our nursing staff was totally overwhelmed. And fortunately, we have seen the trends start to decline, so it has gotten a bit easier. But I cannot say enough about the job that our school nurses have done in stepping up to the plate and providing outstanding service to our students and their families in terms of COVID, while putting what they could on the back burner. Like you said, it's, there's so many important things that they do every day, and to not be able to do that because of COVID and still meet the necessary demands.
We set the expectations very, very high.
That'll be borne up by your presentation in the next couple of slides.
Yep,
All right, let's move on and see what else, and then we can maybe reassess.
absolutely. So I did want to share. The board had also asked about some possible, if we could speak with the health, which we do weekly, and talk about what do the metrics look like? What do they look like in the county? What do they look like in the schools? But then also have some more further conversation around, well, what do those metrics need to look like for us to possibly loosen some of these control measures, especially quarantines and masking? So as we've continued to have those conversations, the health department did provide the district with a letter. Could we open that link? So the letter was sent to us on last Thursday, September 30th, and basically, I do think it's important to share a bit of what's in this. So they're saying that the health department and DHHS has transitioned to using the Centers for Disease Control's Prevention COVID-19 Community Transmission Map to monitor COVID-19 activity. This map uses a combination of total cases per 100,000 in population and percent positivity in the last 7 days to measure the levels of community transmission. As of September 30th, based on those metrics, COVID-19 community transmission in Moore County was categorized as high, having a 7-day average of 44 new cases per day and a percent positivity rate of 14.2%, which puts Moore County in the red, along with the majority of the state. The health department went on to make a recommendation that Moore County schools transition to optional masking to reduce The health department does not recommend that Moore County schools transition to optional masking or reduce quarantine periods at this time. Their rationale is that a reduction on whole or in part to either of these control measures during periods of high or substantial transmission could result in significant escalation of new COVID-19 infections. And then they go on, related to possible metrics for when we might be able to ease some restrictions. The health department recommends that a transition to optional masking and/or reduced quarantine periods for Moore County schools not be considered until school transmission metrics have been significantly reduced and Moore County reaches the CDC's moderate or low level of community transmission threshold, which is defined as being less than 50 new cases per 100,000 persons and less than 8% positivity over a 7-day period. So those are the health department's recommendations related to when we might look at loosening some of these control measures. I do want to also, if we could go back to the slide. I do want to also share that, Moore County School staff, we also continue to monitor district and school level COVID-19 metrics, not just what's going on in the county, although we obviously do that. We also look at metrics just within our schools. And any changes that we see within our schools are certainly discussed and will continue to be discussed with the health department to inform the staff's monthly recommendations. We have started to receive more inquiries related to quarantines and questions around quarantines from some of our families. We have developed a frequently asked questions, FAQ. If you wouldn't mind opening that link. This can be found on our Moore County Schools homepage under announcements. Parents can click on this, and then we've developed a document based on some of the questions that we've received from parents, and then other questions that we just feel like are might be things that parents would want to know. So who determines whether or not a student is quarantined? What is defined as a close contact? How do you determine if a student needs to quarantine if he or she is found to have been in close contact with a COVID positive student? How is the length of time of quarantine determined? So those are just some examples of some of the questions that are asked that are a part of the document. But we wanted to make you aware that this resource is there, and then also continue to inform our parents and community, when there's the opportunity that this is there for their perusal to have their questions answered, if possible. And if we receive new questions that are not a part of this, we certainly add those to the FAQ. Okay, and then do want to take some time to share what our current numbers look like in comparison to the rest of the school year up to this point. So if you look at the chart, you can see we have each week since we've been in school through the week of September 20th. And the good news is when you look at that chart and you see as time has gone by, we see these numbers coming down. The current surge that we were in that started in July was predicted to peak on September 11th, and you can see by the numbers that was probably very, very close to being the peak, as numbers have now started to decline. We look at total County of Moore cases, ages 0 to 17. We saw that the week of August 3rd and the week of September 6th, the highest that we have seen, 150 cases and 153 cases. 0 to 17 actually led all age groups there for a week or two during those weeks. The last couple of weeks, though, we've seen that number come down. The week of September 20th, it was down to 85. We received email today from Matt Garner with the health department saying that last week's case count was 72, so it continues to decline. We look at our new Moore County School student infections. You see that those kind of mirror the increase in the 0 to 17 cases. Peaking the weeks of September 6th and 13th at 120 cases and 127 cases, but then the week of September 20th down to 53 cases. So we're very pleased with that. Last week, not a part of the chart because we couldn't get it in so that it could be provided to board members, but last week it was 57 cases. So pretty similar to the week before, 53 and 57. New Moore County Schools quarantines for those weeks as well. You can see those kind of mirror infections. I do want to point out when you see these numbers, for example, 581 on the week of September 6th. Keep in mind these are new individual quarantines. So when you see that number, that means that during that week, 581 individual students were identified as close contacts and being at risk of exposure, and were required to quarantine for 14 days. So having that in mind, that you next see the number of student absences due to infection or quarantine. So those are the total absences for infection and quarantine during those weeks, with a peak the week of September 13th at 5,474 absences. But again, very pleased to see that number drop down to 3,740 the week of September 20th, and I can tell you for last week that number was 2,294.
Seth, what do the absences mean? Is that the total days the student off, or is that the number of total students that are quarantined?
Total number of absences.
Okay,
So it's
not
the
students.
So it's, exactly, it's not
Okay.
students, it's absences. The new Moore County Schools quarantines would be your new individual students for that week.
Yeah, the absences sort of tell us a picture about the impact on daily attendance, and that's it. But Seth is correct. The number of new quarantines is really your primary focus. Can be affected if you have a holiday and you've only got 4 school days. It also could be affected by the number of days. But in this case, we're very fortunate that you've got a real clear pattern. It also is important to note that this really reduces the impact on our school nurses and other staff that assist with the health department. Those numbers go down, and that equation changes quite substantially.
It does, and I will say, and I know, having talking to school staff, the last 2 weeks, everybody has, it's a little bit of relief. You know, you can feel the weight lifted a bit with the cases not being so heavy and such the volume. It's been more manageable. So, last thing is just the group quarantine numbers. You can see those kind of correlate to, you know, the other numbers, whether our infection rates are higher or lower and going down. So, week of September 20th, we had 0 new group quarantines that week, and last week just 1 new group quarantine.
Seth, I didn't notice this when I proofed the PowerPoint, but that would be new group quarantines, similar to new MCS quarantines.
Correct.
So we don't have a duplicated number there. The absences are duplicated, but everything else is new.
That is correct.
So that brings us to our recommendation, the staff recommendation of what we recommend for the next month until the school board revisits this in November. Based really on the same compelling reason that the staff recommended this in August. We continue to recommend that we move forward with face coverings for the next month in order to ensure we have the most students coming to face on a daily basis, based on the impact that masking or optional masking may have on quarantines if we don't do that. That's really the number one compelling reason. There's a lot of other data, a lot of information that's been shared in this presentation, but that's the number one compelling reason. That recommendation remains in the 3 different distinct areas that we recommended that in August. First being that all pre-K 12 students and staff indoors at schools and district staff, masking would be required from your business meeting next week through November. That all indoor athletic, home and away, and extracurricular activities, that masking would continue to be required. And then on all school buses and activity bus transportation, that masking would continue to be required. That is the staff's recommendation if the school board considers this, and we'll eventually make a decision next week. And we're certainly available for additional questions, clarifications, or
If I could just add, Madam Chair, just a final point, in the spirit of the board's interest in this, and recognizing that this is a very controversial topic among a lot of people, I followed up in my most recent call with the ABC Science Collaborative, and then we followed up with the Health Department last week and had a very specific conversation. It wasn't just about the map, Seth. It was about okay, if not now, then when? And so you get into discussions about what epidemiologists are looking at in the coming months. And so it just so happens, without Mr. Whitman knowing what the ABC Collaborative contact said and what the ABC Collaborative contact knowing what he said, they both said that they anticipated that December or January would be the earliest point where the targets would line up, that we would see that yellow and blue. And so we then had separate conversations about, okay, well, whether it's orange, yellow, or blue, what do we think our internal numbers should be? And we haven't quite settled on that yet, but we're having that conversation. What did they look like last year before spring break? We brought the secondary children in about a week before spring break. Things looked good for that week, but then after spring break, it just all blew through the roof, and we had a substantial outbreak there for about 3 weeks. And then the bottom fell out, and it dropped in the last 3 weeks of the school year. And then, what was the other time period? There was another stretch of time that I was looking at. Right now, I'm not capturing it. But so you want to look at the relationship in the number of infections, and then the subsequent weeks, new quarantines, and the impact in terms of absences related to that. And I think that we're getting a little bit closer in looking at our own data, exclusive of what the health department is doing, although we want to work in coordination with that. I don't have any specifics that I can offer in terms of targets at this point, but I just want to assure the board that the board's interest in this is not falling on deaf ears. We're investing time and pressing the experts that we're reliant on for this information. We're pressing for that kind of definition so that we can answer that question. If not now, then when? And we'll do the best we can. We'll continue to work that as best we can. Okay, now, Madam Chair, I turn it over for any questions or discussion the board wants to have.
Are there questions at this point about the ongoing protocols and the progress that we're making? I remember Dr. Grimsey saying over and over last spring that our children are safer when they're in school. And obviously, based on the returns, the upsurges we've had with COVID, I think last year after Thanksgiving and after Christmas and then again after spring break, that we do know that when they are in a much more controlled environment, it does make a difference. And I know I talked with quite a few teachers this last week, and all of them in agreement that the masks are a bit of a nuisance, but they want to see their children face to face. And this was both in the elementary level, talking to the middle school teacher, and then and a couple music instructors who explained to me how they have music masks that their children are allowed to switch to when they're in band, and even the help that those masks have provided. So overwhelmingly, they continue to say that they want to be in the classroom, and they want every child in the classroom can possibly be, and therefore they would support the masks and continuing with these. But other questions or comments? Mr. Hensley?
Go ahead, Paul.
Okay. A couple of things. One of my biggest concerns is what we're doing with the children who are in quarantine. And we discussed a little bit about that. You are the guys who I direct this question to, right? Yes, sir. Okay, we discussed a little bit about this maybe 2 meetings ago. But I'm still getting some parents who are saying, for 14 days, they're handing my kid a packet, and he does it in an hour or whatever, and he has nothing to do for the rest of the day. I'm very, very concerned that, once again, we're not educating our children who are in quarantine, just like the non-face-to-face learning that we did last year. And it's still a significant number of students. What is the rule for teachers who have children in quarantine? What are they doing? What are they supposed to do?
For each of those situations, we have first and foremost, learning is not going to be the same for our students who are in quarantine as if they were face-to-face. So we certainly embrace that and understand that. But our teachers are tasked and our schools are tasked with doing the best job possible to provide learning and to keep learning moving forward as best possible. Each of our grade level spans have what we call a learning management system. That's an online system where resources, lessons, videos of lessons, work is contained in those systems. K2 is Seesaw. For the lower levels, 3-5 is Google Classroom. And then at 6-12 level is Canvas. And so that's one of the first tools our teachers have really grown considerably in since during the pandemic and even beforehand, on having those resources available to our parents and to our students through that system. Also, each of our classrooms and school and teacher teams are working together based on what the student may be able to do and the parents may be able to provide. You know, there is a parent who feels like all their child is getting is a paper packet. You know, we strongly encourage them to contact their child's teachers and their child's principal to talk through what are the resources that I can have provided for my child, because they're not being challenged, don't feel like they're moving forward. We want to address that in each situation. But what we haven't done is said that when a student is quarantined, every student in kindergarten will get X, because every student's needs is different, and every classroom is a little different, every school is a little different. So we want to give them that ownership to be able to be flexible and work through that based on the child's needs, based on the parent's needs. So, but the expectation is that every kid is getting supported as best possible to move forward while they're out.
Okay, I mean, is there a need for, let's say, a quarantine coordinator at each school so that they can contact the student remotely once a day for lesson updates, planning, help, things like that?
Well, I think if we had an open check to provide additional staff support for things, I'm never going to say no for additional help for our teachers and our staffs.
Right.
But I would say, my response to that is that our teachers are trying to work collaboratively, our school administrators are trying to work collaboratively to set up times where parents can get support. Like, for example, all fifth grade teacher, that team, there may be one teacher from that team that provides support for families who may need some support if you've got a lot of kids out on quarantine at that time. So the short answer is, sure, we'll always take extra support and extra staff if it's provided and we have the budget to do so. But I would say at this point our schools are working together to do the best they can. I think I made the point at the last meeting, Mr. Hensley may have asked the question, that where we're different this year than where we were when we had the hybrid schedule or we had different things going on is these teachers have everyone in front of them every day. And so they're managing that at the same time they're managing some students who are on quarantine. So it is more challenging for our teachers this year, and we certainly respect that.
And I actually agree with that, and I think the teachers to be asked to additionally give special attention to the quarantine students may overwork the teachers, and that's not what we want to do. But I direct my comments to the superintendent and to the chair. Maybe we have to get, if we're going to continue this quarantining, maybe we have to get more aggressive with the county commissioners who just got $19 million for COVID relief, and to say, yeah, for the schools, we could use some of that for contact tracing. And number two, for a coordinator at each school to make sure that distance learning is coordinated for those kids who are out of school for 14 days, which is, just a significant amount of time out of school.
It's 20 to 25% of our student population in the last week or so, if I remember the numbers correctly. 35.
Actually, believe it or not, it's more like we're at a daily attendance rate in the lower to mid 80s. Now, normally that's 95%, so we're down another 10%. So I don't want to overstate. It's serious, but it's not quite that much. Correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Powers, but I think, yeah, the absences make it. Maybe those were weekly absences. So remember, on a day-to-day basis, you have to divide that by 5 to get what your daily absences are.
Well, I guess what I'm saying is I can't go to the county commissioners and say I need X, because that's not my role as a single member of this board.
Right.
But the chair and the superintendent can get together to say, we need this money, and you have this $19 million. How about sharing some of it with us?
I don't think any of the county commissioners would ever complain about Dr. Grimacy not coming enough.
No,
and
I
asking for money.
understand.
But I would say, here, let me just follow up if I could, because it's good. It's a reasonable question, and of course, I appreciate you encouraging us to expand our resources for teachers. Two thoughts. First, the trend is at the current rate, the trend is going to render the conversation immaterial. We're very quickly getting back to where the number of absences is creeping back up to our average daily attendance anyhow. So we would end up having people that wouldn't have anything to do effectively, because we'd be right back to where we started from.
I'll bet you we could find something for them to do.
I bet we could find something for them to do, but I've never been able to sell a budget on, get more positions for me, and we'll find out what they can do. But if I could, Dr. Locklear, if a parent feels as though, after listening to your answer to Mr. Levy, if a parent says, hey, wait a minute, he's talking about learning management systems, nobody ever brought that up to me, is that an option? How does a parent, when a parent feels as though they're getting packets and they'd like to know, is this the only option? What do we recommend in that?
We always recommend their first reach out is to their child's teacher to talk through, what else is out there available for my child to help them moving forward while they're on quarantine. They're very concerned about that, and that is support we're giving to each teacher so they can gain their abilities and their skills on these learning management systems. So different teachers are going to be at different places. That's just the honest reality to that. But then if they don't feel like they're getting support there, they can certainly reach out to their school's principal, and their school principal will work to get them the support they
And
need.
if they don't get support there, then
Then they call the Office of Student Support Services, talk to
Dr.
Dr. Powers,
Powers.
and then eventually to myself or Dr. Metcalf. But we're gonna work through to get them the support they need.
Okay,
Thank you.
don't forget to leave your number.
Yeah, yeah.
At any rate, let me get on to my next question. That's just a brief one. Do these absences cost us money? In other words, it's my understanding that if a student is absent, we're not funded as much. Maybe I'm really not sure about what these rules are.
it's a membership. So as long as it's,
The average daily membership.
yeah, it's
Yeah, no, I
membership
know.
that drives that, yeah, not attendance.
Okay, so then, last question. I know that the last time I asked, the superintendent said that the non-masking or the masking optional people are not sharing their data with us. Is that also the case with Union County? In other words, can Union County, which is a very, very large district and is mask optional, are they sharing their data as to their infection rate?
It's been a while. I looked at a bunch of them like a month and a half ago, so it's been a while. Since the last time you asked the question, I'll be honest, I haven't gone back and checked on that, because there's so few of them, it's not that hard to do. Dr. Powers, have you gone back and looked at anybody's data? I'm going to miss, ABC Science Collaborative's next call is tomorrow. I'm going to miss that because of tomorrow's work session. Are you going to be able to listen in on that tomorrow? Are you going to represent me at that?
I cannot. I've got a regional
Okay.
high school athletic
Yeah.
association.
Well, let's make a note of that and follow up and maybe report back to the board. I can't give you an updated answer.
No,
'cause
I understand. I don't mean to put anyone on the spot. What I really want to know is if you take a large district like Union County and have which with a masking optional policy, how is that different from the infection rate here in Moore County with a masking mandatory policy? And that way, if we get that kind of information, I think it'll help us and it'll help the public make a more informed decision. So that's the information I'd like to learn.
I can give you some of that information I gave at the last board meeting. As of the week ending September the 10th, which was the week starting September the 6th, and again, they have 41,500 students. We have 12,700. Moore County Schools had 7.9% of our students in quarantine, and Union County had 17.8% of their students in quarantine. So I looked at it a few weeks after that, and after they came out with their thing with the health department, and they've changed their metrics on what they're reporting, so it doesn't look as bad, but I don't understand what they're doing.
But what I'm really looking at is not the quarantine rate, okay, but the infection rate.
Yes, sir.
Because the quarantine rate is a function of we're obeying the guidelines. They decided not to, but I want to know whether what the difference is.
I have that down.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you, and I'll yield.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Ms. Thompson,
I just wanted to appreciate Dr. Grimacey's question on the follow-up for the parents and the steps that they would need to take, because I too have been asked that question. I don't know if there can be anything done regarding availability of parents' work schedule. I know we're getting into a whole different zone, but I've been asked that question as well. Even though the child may be home with a sitter or someone else, the parent has to go to work, and so I just wanted to put that out there as well. My question is, for our nursing staff, do we now have a nurse at every one of our schools, or are we still splitting?
No, we're still splitting, so we have 14 school nurses.
Okay.
In 2 schools.
I know that's been a problem in the past, so now I'm sure that it's even more of a challenge that our nurses are having to split and go to different areas. Okay.
What is the status of the supplemental state funding that's intended to provide us with more temporary capacity? Dr. Powers?
That's a part of the state COVID-19 testing program for schools.
Right.
So we're in the process, of, right now, our hope is that we're going to be able to hire some additional nurses to provide some free diagnostic testing to students or staff in schools whose parents wish to take advantage of that. And if so, those COVID testing nurses, their secondary responsibility could be to then, when they're not testing, support our school nurses in their those many responsibilities they put on the back burner that we talked about
Right.
earlier. So
We need to emphasize that's temporary.
Yeah.
So
And I
any-
read that in our monthly updates, it was coming, yeah.
it was in the September
Yeah,
month.
and that's why I was asking the
Yes, ma'am.
question. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
did you have a question?
I do, yeah, so, going back to what I talked about earlier, and that is the health department, the requirement that the health department do the contact tracing. I'd actually, to my recollection, asked 2 questions last meeting. One was, are we legally required to do it? And the second question is the health department legally required to do it? Well, we saw up here today that we're not legally required to do, it's outside our charter, it's not our mission to do contact tracing. But did someone ask the question, is the health department legally required to conduct contact tracing within Moore County?
I don't have the answer
Yeah,
to that, no,
so,
sir.
To my knowledge, they would be. That's
Right.
part of the health department's.
Right, if that's part of their charter and responsibility, I'd like that answered. Next question, and here's why, is if it's the health department's responsibility, right? And if they're failing to do it, we're short-staffed, we're short teachers, we're short bus drivers, all that stuff I talked about earlier. And as someone pointed out, one of my colleagues pointed out, actually 2 of them do, Mr. Levy did, I don't remember who else did, but the county is getting $19 million worth of ESSER funds, and it's their responsibility to properly fund the health department so they can conduct their mission. And their failure to properly fund the health department to do contact tracing should not then place a burden to take our teachers and our other staff away from their responsibilities to do the health department's job when the county has $19 million specifically to fill those gaps. So I think as a board, we need to be prepared, depending on the answer of this on next Tuesday, I think we need to be prepared to vote to say we're not going to do contact tracing for these reasons. And the big reason is, county, you got $19 million and, extra, and one of your jobs is to properly fund your health department so it can do its mission.
Any further questions or comments? Obviously valid points. I think I mentioned 2 weeks ago that I'd had a granddaughter on quarantine, and how interested I had been in the differences of what she was doing through her middle school classes. But I took part in the one that, watching her with her laptop. It was a science class, and the teacher was most creative in this because my granddaughter was the only one quarantined from the class. It was a softball team quarantine. And the teacher had, 32 children in the classroom with her, and my granddaughter at home, and she had her out with her laptop as they were studying plants, something to do with the pistol stapling and whatever, and they were dissecting plants, and she was helping them at home through Google Classroom as the children inside the classroom were watching her, and it was a very unique cooperative effort. Something that this teacher had to really truly go out of her way to still be managing the 32 children in the classroom and engaging with a child at home. So I know it can't happen every day, but I do know that these things are happening. And I was most impressed with the efforts this teacher had made. So we can commend those who are going above and beyond, but any teacher dealing with a child who's on a quarantine, and it happens for things other than just COVID from time to time. The child who's homebound with a broken leg or a very, very serious illness, and we have teachers dealing with that all the time, and homebound teachers and our nurses who are continually having to navigate all the needs of our children. So commend them all. I think well worth going back to the health department and saying, or to our commissioners and saying, what are you doing with all this money? I know there were some very specific guidelines on what they could do with their money. And I'm not sure that one of them was to give any of it to the schools, but if they're funding the health department and it then benefits the schools, I sure can't see much wrong with that. So we'll look forward to looking at that again, and thank you for your recommendation. All right, at this point, let us move on to the next item, which is the iPad refresh. I believe Mr. Eklund must be up.
Mr. Eklund and Dr. Metcalf.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Eklund, Mr. Johnson, and I would like to take a moment first to review the Digital Learning Sustainability Plan, and then we'd like to make a request for a purchase of a refresh of 450 iPads with the County Digital Learning Fund. And we'll start with Mr. Johnson.
Yes, good afternoon. So our first slide we'll be looking at, we're going to talk about a slide that you all have seen before and been prepared on, which is the context of our digital learning initiative. Thank you. All right. So back in 2013, we started our one-to-one initiative, partnered with with Moore County government. Since that time, we've had a lot of improvements to our initiative that have realized a lot of cost savings. Accidental damage protection for 4 years. These are some of the bigger improvements that we've been made. And also extending to 4-year lease agreements on all of our student devices, which has freed up a lot of money to get our teacher refreshes with the laptops that they need. In grades K through 5, you can see kind of the context there. Original goal of 1-to-1 and 3-5 in 2016. As that has not happened, as we've moved through the years, we've pulled a lot of mixture of devices in to make that happen for our K-5 students. COVID obviously hitting, we had to pull a lot of devices that were a mixture of old and new to get them to 1-to-1 to survive and work through the pandemic. As you see at the bottom, the primary purpose of this is to purchase 450 iPads. You can see 50% of our K1, so when you're looking at that breakdown, K1 is iPads and 2.5 is Chromebooks. So K1 iPads are end of life 2021. Mr. Eklund's going to talk about this a little bit, but when we talk about end of life iPads, it's not that the iPads necessarily are the hardware is failing, it's a software issue and updates for apps that we use in the classroom. Our current instructional model requires 1-to-1 iPad use in grades K1, and as that context changes, our current context changes, we can look at whether or not we'll talk to teachers, diffs, principals, and talk about if we continue with 1-to-1 or we revisit the 1-to-2 ratio that we had prior to the pandemic. And from there, Mr. Eklund's going to go into great detail on our plans, current issues.
The next two slides are just a reiteration. It's the same information you were provided in the last presentation. Thank you. Regarding the refresh plan for teachers. This is just for your information. And also the next slide goes over the refresh plan for students. Thank you. As you see on the bottom line, we mentioned for kindergarten and grade 1 students, we currently have mixed iPad models, approximately 2,000 units. 50% of them are end of life in this school year. The request is for 450 devices to cover the most immediate need to get us through the remainder of this school year, with us reconsidering based on our the information we have now and what we plan for the upcoming school year, whether we were going to maintain a 1-to-1 ratio of devices in K-1 or whether a 1-to-2 ratio is more appropriate both for education and for sustainability. So in the next slide, the County Digital Learning Fund, again, this is a breakdown. This is the same slide that you've seen before, except we have specifically pulled out the K-1 iPads, the 450, the line item of $132,300 as the cost. And then that's the immediate need that we're requesting now. And then based on our continued evaluation for the remainder of the school year, the remaining 550 iPads that would be needed to meet the 1,000 total. And then a case is, additional expenses. And you can see based on that slide, we're staying well within budget. It's only slightly more than the available funds in this, because our digital learning fund has not increased this school year. We've managed to maintain all these devices and potentially meet this need with the funds the continued funding of only $750,000 in the County Digital Learning Fund.
So, Mr. Eklund,
Yes.
are you indicating that the dollar value for that would be 132? Is
Yes,
that correct?
$132,300.
And that would be for K through first?
K through first, right.
First
Yeah,
grades.
that's
Okay.
iPads are still our standard device in K-1.
Okay.
So we continue to evaluate other options, but at the moment, in terms of the ability to manage them and the specific apps that are available, iPads still seem to be the best fit for K-1 right now. So the next slide goes into, I think he has to scroll, I'm sorry. Yeah, thank you. Sorry. This is more information specifically about the partial refresh of the iPads. Again, the 450 devices that we are requesting right now are to refresh devices that were originally purchased in 2015. So they're in their 6th year of use. They may still be physically functional, but the issues that we're running into is that they will not update to the latest Apple iOS. So they're starting to lose app support. So things that the students need to use them in the classroom, we can't update them. Things are starting to break for the students in the classroom. Just some quick reminders about Apple as a sole source supplier. There's some information that was included with the attachments to the executive summary. Apple has a direct purchase. They go direct to all educational institutions to provide their devices. We can't get them through a reseller. So they provide a blanket discount to all K-12 education in the nation. The need for the additional 550, again, that's if we make the determination that we are going to continue to maintain a 1-to-1 ratio of devices in K-1. As we've said before, we continue to evaluate that, whether that's the most appropriate instructionally and whether that's something we can have sustainably. The 450 is what we need to get us through this school year while we evaluate that need. As I mentioned in here, that digital learning and ECF funding, we have applied for the FCC emergency connectivity funds to potentially reimburse us for these. So even though we have the money in the digital learning fund now, there is a possibility. I certainly cannot promise that. We've submitted to the FCC, but there's a possibility that the FCC may reimburse us for the entire cost of these iPads. So that's just something to keep in mind. And we're available for any questions you may have.
Mr. Hensley?
Chair Thompson. Everyone takes a bathroom break when the IT people come to start speaking. That's just your lot in life.
Well, I hope it's simple.
So I question the need for technology at this grade level at all. And I know that we had a conversation several months ago, even asking questioning the wisdom, right? And we talked about returning to textbooks, and we talked, and this was an informal conversation with Dr. Grimacy, and I think the chair was, there were a few people, informal conversation. And and part of that conversation was, well, we need some devices around for surveys and end-of-grade testing and this and that, but certainly not a one-to-one. And so I was hopeful that we would get away from electronic devices in our elementary schools, period. Certainly kindergarten and first grade, maybe up to third and fourth grade. Somewhere below that, I don't think we should have electronic devices. And I put that on the shelf after our conversation 4 or 5 months ago. But Thursday, I went to the Moore Montessori Community School open house, and I toured their grades. And first of all, I forget his name. He was a former principal at Pinecrest that now is on their board. But he announced that Moore Montessori, fourth grade, 100% read and write at grade level. I'll say that again. Moore Montessori Community School, fourth grade, 100% read and write at grade level. So as I was touring their facilities, and in grades 1, 2, and 3, they had this many computers in the classroom. Proudly, 0, none. And I forget what grade they said, what do you see different about this classroom? And someone said, there's 2 computers over there. And it was either third or fourth grade, I forget which one. They had 2 computers in the entire classroom. And that's a school in our community that has 100% of their fourth graders reading and writing at grade level. That's what they claim. You know, hopefully they'll cough up some evidence to support that claim, but they have 0 technology. So I would wonder, I don't think we have those same results. I don't think 100% of our fourth graders read and write at grade level in spite of our technology. So I would question whether we need this technology at all, and perhaps we could take a cue and return back to textbooks and whatnot for our lower grades. And I certainly question whether we need, if we went from 1 to 2 as our goal and we went to 1 to 1 for our goal during the COVID pandemic, well, why do we need to continue that? So I question the need for this expenditure for those reasons. And I'm not afraid to spend on technology. I don't think it, I think we need to have a board, need to have a conversation as to whether it's appropriate and what direction we want to take.
I might have missed it. I'm sorry, I had a cough there and I stepped out for a moment. How many students did they test at Moore Montessori?
According to the person I spoke, 100%.
No, how many students was that, though?
Oh, it was their entire fourth grade. So however
20?
many students they have.
20 to 30, somewhere in there, okay.
Well, it does, I mean, it's 100% of their fourth grade, whether it's 40 or 200.
Are there questions or comments?
Yeah.
Mr. Lee?
Yes, thank you. Following up on that, how do you gentlemen feel about ratcheting down the use of electronics? I'm not talking about eliminating them. I mean, some of the schools bring them in on carts, you know, for appropriate times. You have to take tests. Sometimes the tests have to be taken electronically. I get all that. Okay, but what do you think about ratcheting down the electronics in the younger grades?
I'll speak to that. I think that's a very valid concern. And whenever we do our pilots for these devices,
Excuse me, Steve, and Dr. Metcalf, if you could, yeah, thank you.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes, as we came to our standard, when we did our pilots for these devices, we had a long and lengthy process where we involved teachers, students, diffs. We tested out different devices to see which would be the best in the classroom, and also ratios. And so we had schools that were 1-to-1, like Carthage Elementary, and we had other schools that were doing a smaller ratio. And so when we developed our first standard, it was based on that input of 1-to-2 as the standard. And then heading into the pandemic is when we needed to go 1-to-1 to cover our needs. The current instructional context is a lot of learning loss and gaps. And so a lot of our apps that we're using on these devices are to determine what are the gaps that students have, so our teachers can effectively instruct towards those gaps, not necessarily with the device, but within the proper context of their classroom. And then as we go through, I think we will definitely make sure that we're taking that into consideration as we give another recommendation to how we move forward after this context.
Well, what I'm really trying to get at is, I'm not talking about 1-to-1 or 1-to-2, because I think a 1-to-2 ratio and a 1-to-1 ratio, you know, you got two students sharing the same device in kindergarten, I'm not so sure that that really speaks to the question. I'm really talking about the question of teaching using the carding of devices, okay, which is what we used to do years ago, okay, as opposed to teaching, giving each child his or her individual device. What do you guys think is the better way of doing things?
Well, I personally follow our teachers and our instructors and their guidance, and what I think is that technology is used most appropriately when it's not sitting in front of it and used as a babysitter, or students are in front of that device all day for any long periods of time. So best practice is definitely shorter snippets, and that classroom cart model that you're talking about is one that we've successfully implemented for many years.
Yeah, well, I'm sort of inclined to agree with Mr. Hensley, but not eliminating, because I don't think you can eliminate technology. It's here with us to stay, and every student needs to be computer literate. Fortunately, most of the students, or a lot of the students, become computer literate on their own. Those who aren't, we can teach. That's cool. But we do need to go a lot more to reading, and we're going to be talking about the statistics later on, and the statistics are very, very difficult when it comes to not only our percentage of students who are not reading and writing at grade level, but our percentage of students in our subgroups, especially the African American students who are not reading and doing math at grade level. So, so my preference, Dr. Grimacy, would be for your staff at the next meeting to come back to us with some sort of recommendation on carding in the lower grades, as opposed to giving each child a one-to-one device.
Okay, let's see, do I have 6 other directives from individual board members here?
No.
All right, let me
I'm sorry. I don't mean to overload you. You do a lot of work.
No, let me just clarify here, because at Westmore, you might have, in kindergarten and in first grade each, you might have 2 sections of students, and at 2 to 1, one cart is available for 2 different classes, and that's essentially the same thing. So in another school where you have 4 sections, 2 carts for 4 classes is essentially 2 to 1. So to kind of get a picture in your mind, those computers, in accordance with what Mr. Johnson just said, are computers that are in the hands of students and out of the hands of students. They're in the hands of students when there's activities where teachers are assessing what that student's reading level is relative to the Lexile level, which Dr. Metcalf can get into here shortly, which gives that teacher a read. And then there are programs that allow that teacher to have features that they can plug into that student's Lexile level, where the teacher has multiple different opportunities to tie in what that student's needs are based on that assessment with what resources are available. So it's a pretty dynamic environment where, whether it's math or reading, could be other subjects, but particularly math and reading, I've observed myself how students' engagement with these devices comes and goes. So effectively, if the question is, come back with a plan for carding, that's kind of what's happening. You've already got that, and that's been my observation. The issue of one-to-one has really not been a heavy issue for us until we had the ESSER funds, when all of a sudden that looked like it was positive, but I don't know that staff has found me to be a friend of that. I haven't been too excited about it. I'm not an early buy-in to it at this point for some of the same things that we've discussed here today. But I do want to make sure we've got I don't want to miss what Steve had to say about a realistic picture of what our students and teachers are doing with the particularly in these lower grade levels, what they're doing with these computers. That Steve indicated to it. There's by no means a situation where we've got students involved with programmed instruction where all they're doing is staring at computer screens all day long. The computers are out, the computers are back, they're being used, they get put away. There's still a lot of books being used and a lot of paper text being used in our classrooms. And we could make that a focus when you visit some classrooms in the coming year and ask that specific question as you go from school to school. You've had some good experience with that.
And I would tell you, Dr. Grimacy, I've been in the classrooms, and even especially the last academic year, and there's a lot of the use of computers. As a matter of fact, I don't remember being in a classroom where a lot of the students didn't have computers in front of them. And in terms of the Lexile level of the reading, just want to tell you that I believe that the teachers can check out the Lexile level on their own and even provide appropriate level for each student while they, without using a computer, but by using paper stories, which the teacher has previously determined or the publisher has previously determined to be at an appropriate Lexile level for the particular student or the class as a whole. But let me move on.
Fair enough.
Are you purchasing new devices or leasing them? And you also said that this has to do with software. Are we purchasing new hardware?
Yes.
Okay, because I'm a little mixed up in that regard.
This is specifically purchase of just the devices, but it is in order to support software that's already in use by the schools.
Okay.
Without getting too much in the weeds, though, on the long-term goal of students being able to share devices, there are some technical limitations of the older devices that make that harder. So taking these 6-year-old devices and making it easier for one student to be able to use it and another student to take it and just switch over to another profile and use it, because there are state-required programs. There's the M-Class that's actually pulling in a lot of data about this Lexile stuff that's part of all the things we're doing to assess the students and get a good model of what instructional needs every student has. This is in support of that, of them having access to a device that can do all those things and is continually supported.
And are we leasing or purchasing?
No, this would be an outright purchase.
Okay, and knowing that these things go bad 5 years, what's the reason for purchasing rather than leasing?
Well, we have gone through, in previous years, early in the digital learning initiative, we did a lease, like a true lease model, and you run into so many back-end costs in terms of the device condition and things like that, that it put the district in a much worse place in terms of what we have to do at the end of the lease, as opposed to us owning the devices outright and then being able to say, you know what, Moore County Schools owns these, we can do what we need to. If they're still usable, we can continue to use them. If they have other uses or we need to surplus them, we have complete flexibility, as opposed to having to deal with a leasing company that is only interested in their financials. That outright purchase or lease purchase agreements have turned out to be much better for the district than when we had tried to do true leases in the past with technology devices.
All right, thank you very much.
Any other questions? Comments?
I just, based upon the comments of other board members, I just have a couple other cleanup comments. Two observations. One is, especially our lower grades, first of all, our lower grades have a low teacher to student ratio, or a good, however that's expressed, a good student to teacher ratio. Plus, we've invested in teacher assistants in all those grades. And then on top of that, we want to have a one-to-one device. At some point, it just seems overkill. And secondly, mentioned about a pre-electronic device time. And we pride ourselves on being evidence-based, curriculums and whatnot. So have we run the statistics to see how our students do in reading and writing pre-device and post-device? because it wasn't that many years ago that we didn't have electronic devices. So I would be interested to see the evidence that these devices are improving the reading and arithmetic of our kindergartens and first graders and actually all of our elementary school students. So, we're asked to spend $130,000, but I haven't seen any evidence that it increases our scores. Do we have that information?
I don't think we've done a report that would compare that. I would say that there are a lot of factors in change prior to being online and after, that we've gone one-to-one. It may make that a little cloudy, but I certainly think we could do some comparison work.
That would be nice before we were asked to spend money. I mean, they may be decreasing our reading proficiency, and I'm not sure we know that.
We could look at how to make that comparison. You've had changes in assessments over time, and a lot of the assessments that we're using right now are all, post-computer periods of time. We'd have to go back quite a ways to make that comparison, but we can look into that.
Okay, so,
Yeah.
well, yeah, so it's not gonna be good if we don't have any evidence that these are improving our reading, because then we'll go back to my evidence that more Montessori that has no computers in the earlier grades claims to have 100% reading proficiency. So that's the evidence I'll present, because I'll get the data and I'll say, okay, here's one subset of our student population that has achieved 100% reading proficiency.
All right, any further questions? All right, thank you, gentlemen. Let's take about a 10-minute break and start back up at 2:45. item, which is the disposal of old Aberdeen Elementary School property. Mr. Barath is up with an update on the sale.
You trying to get the phaser on kill?
Trying to make sure this thing's working since I lost Kent already. All right. Okay, thank you. And there we have it. Okay. Thank you, Chair Carter, board members. Good afternoon. First item on the agenda to discuss is the disposal of the old Aberdeen Elementary School property. You'll recall during your September 22nd special call meeting, they directed staff and legal counsel to engage in further negotiations with the town of Aberdeen for the purchase of the school. At that time, the board did not agree to accept the town's offer to pay the $853,000 for the site or propose a specific counter offer, but rather asked the superintendent and board attorney to use their discretion to negotiate a higher price. So following discussion with the superintendent and assessment of the offer made, the board attorney contacted legal counsel for the town with a counteroffer amount of $900,000. And this was accompanied with the same non-monetary terms that were similar that the board approved and used for the disposal of the old Southern Pines Elementary School. At the request of the town on October 1st, last Friday, Mayor Farrell, Town Manager Paul Sabiston, their attorney, T.C. Morphus, Superintendent Grimacy, myself, and Mr. Ramey held a hybrid virtual and in-person meeting to discuss some of these matters further. These discussions centered around the purchase price and the proposed provisions of the contract that I had referenced earlier, right of first refusal, and the profit sharing. Immediately following the meeting, the town representative sent the attached letter indicating their willingness to pay the requested amount of $900,000 for the property if agreement can be reached on the non-monetary terms and conditions discussed during the meeting last Friday. Based on the production, the collaborative nature of that October 1st meeting, the superintendent board attorney, I'm speaking on their behalf since Dr. Grimacy is out of the room right now, are optimistic that any specific changes to the terms that the town may request going forward will be modest and reasonable. All parties do understand that no transaction will be approved unless it receives full vote and approval by both boards, yourselves and the town commissioners. The goal right now is to bring the board an updated version of the purchase contract with all the requested edits incorporated for your consideration at your business meeting next week on the 12th. This is more an update. Right now, I don't have a contract to attach to this for early review or consideration. As indicated, the meeting just happened last Friday. So I can answer any questions, hopefully, that you may ask. If I can't, I will have to defer to legal counsel to address those next week with you.
Okay, any questions on this? Only the change in price from our last meeting, since the town has responded to the $900,000 counter offer. So barring Mr. Rainey's involvement next week during closed session when we might be discussing the contract, are there any specific questions for Mr. Barath at this time? Mr. Henson?
I have one, Madam Chair. At the last meeting we discussed, I had shared that in informal discussions with the town, they expressed interest. They said that their real desire was to have their original desire was to have a charter school or a school in the academic building. And Mr. Levy has expressed concern about overcrowding at Pinecrest. So I put forth the idea, if the town, and it was my belief, again, going back to informal discussions, and Libby, you were in one of those, they were interested in the ball fields and the auditorium and the gym, and were kind of scratching their heads. Now, this was months ago, kind of scratching their heads on the academic building. So I put forth the idea, that they're paying below the appraised price. So were there any discussions with the town of Aberdeen saying, hey, what are your plans to do with the main academic building? And if our approval is to pay a lower price, if we approve a lower price, can Moore County Schools use the academic building as a potential overflow for were any of those discussions made?
No, I don't, were we authorized to do that? I think we were authorized to.
No, just the price.
Yeah, I don't know that our mandate allowed us to do that. So no, the answer is no, I don't believe we talked about that.
Now let's,
I do think the topic came up because it was discussed at the board meeting, and the Aberdeen town officials did say during the meeting they weren't interested in leasing any part of the, or engaging in any lease arrangement with anybody, including us. I think they made it clear, John, correct me if I'm wrong, but they made it clear, the auditorium and the gym, forgive me if I was out when this was made clear, but I'll reemphasize it since I was present. They made clear what they're interested in, which obviously is the part that most commercial developers are interested in, is that frontage property up top. And then beyond that, they were looking at some sort of partnership with a development where they were going to sell off other parts of it to help pay for what it is they pay to us on that. So I think I'm
in
characterizing
general, that encompasses the concept of it, and I want to ask, are you referring to, should the case be a prearranged lease agreement now, or an opportunity to lease in the
No,
future?
what we discussed, and I do take exception with what Mr. Dennison said. We'll have to go back and look before the next meeting. I thought we gave broad authority for negotiations to happen.
Yeah,
It
we
wasn't
could have
just
chosen
price,
to do
it
that, but
was-
we
right.
didn't believe, we didn't interpret it to mean that we could get into discussing specifically that we would lease it for school district purposes. That didn't.
Oh, I wasn't even discussing leasing it. I was discussing keeping the building. So anyway, look, so first of all,
Didn't come up.
no one on the board except Mr. Levy and myself may have a desire. The first question is there any desire on the board to have this overflow capacity? Because look, Pinecrest is way above, I forgot it's 50% or 100% above its core capacity right now. I thought it was 50 to 75%
I'd have to defer
or
to
something.
John on that.
Yeah, its capacity is about 1,600, and its membership is just around 2,200, just north of that.
Right, so Pinecrest is 50% over its core capacity, right? It is a goal of this board, as I recall, that all of our schools be at or below their core capacity. That's why we built more schools. So at the last meeting, Mr. Levy and I put forth the idea that if Pinecrest is 50% over its core capacity, which means it's overcrowded, and if Aberdeen had really wanted a school there in the academic building, and if their plans, they're scratching their heads what to do with the academic building, then part of the deal with Aberdeen would be that Moore County School, not lease, but Moore County School gets to use free of charge the main academic building, and then we can reduce the overcrowding at Pinecrest. That was a simple concept, just to ask them, hey, by the way, guys, what are you going to do with this academic building? Because in previous discussions, it wasn't really a building you were interested in. And in exchange for us selling it $250,000 or whatever, $200,000 below its appraised price, we get to use that building. It's a win for everyone.
That's an option available to the board. We didn't perceive that as a priority of the majority when we took that forward, and it wasn't enough for us to push that matter in this conversation. Today's report is to report back to the board on the outcome of what we understood we were directed to do.
And that's why I'm bringing this
If
up.
you guys want to send
because-
us back with that mandate, we'll do that.
Well, it is, I can say this, it's disingenuous of this board to have set a priority before Levy and I were even on the board, to set a priority to get all our schools at or below their core capacity, have an opportunity to do it at a very low cost at our most overcrowded school, maybe our only remaining overcrowded school, and not pursue it when it's a goal of this board.
Well, just for the record, it's Union Pines and Pinecrest are substantially over capacity and reliant on modular units, and West Pine Middle is just a tick, just a little bit over now. We've remedied that. So, no, we're just reporting on what we've brought back, and if the board, depending upon the board's actions, next week, and if you want to extend the negotiations beyond next week, you can. If you want to accept the contract that I think legal counsel is going to provide the board with a document between now and next week.
That's the intent of staff and council, is to bring a purchase contract to the board for consideration.
Yeah, that does not include that. And so if the board, if that's not acceptable to the board and you want to give us some other direction, that we'll wait to hear that.
Might add, as we talk about Pinecrest East or Pinecrest West or whatever, maybe be Pinecrest South at that point, I think we need to keep in mind that there are reasons that those buildings are not being used further by the schools, and perhaps a revisit to the actual campus would be in order. But it takes a lot more than saying you have classrooms available to just drop half a high school on another campus. Whether it means restationing, repositioning assistant principals, creating a new bus system, establishing a cafeteria system, another guidance counselor, a need for a nurse to transfer. There's a whole lot more to it than just saying, oh yeah, we got some empty classrooms, let's move some kids over there, and that way we won't be overcrowded. So I want you to think further about what it takes to create a school, even if it's just a satellite school on another campus. Sure, having the property is one thing, that's a start, but since we have already said that we can better use the money generated by the capital sale toward other capital needs, then go back and look at why we aren't putting it to use as another school. Are there any further comments, Mr. Levy?
Madam Chair, just whether we lease back buildings or whatever, there will come a time when we're going to be needing more schools. And in fact, we need them now. We could probably use another couple of bond issues to build some more schools, and not just to help overcrowding Pinecrest. As the superintendent has said, overcrowding at Union Pines, I believe he said West Pine is really inching toward that core capacity and the like. As it's always been stated, in terms of land, they ain't making it no more. And we're going to have to go out and we're going to have to find land in the next few years, and that land is sitting there. One of the other things that we need to think about is what I think the town of Aberdeen is going to do. And bless their hearts, they're very, very smart people down there. They're going to be taking that land, splitting it up, and they're going to put some real estate on there, which they're going to get some property taxes on, and that land is going to go for a great deal of money, especially since they can, since they have the control of the zoning. So we need to. I do understand that we've declared a lot of land, including Southern Pines Primary, to be surplus land, but it's not surplus land. It's land that we need, and 900,000. It's a lot of money, and it could go toward either keeping a school or reimbursing us for one track, and actually not the entire cost of the track, but the track, I believe, was something like 1.1 million. So we just need to think long and hard before we get rid of these schools.
I'm glad you mentioned the fact, and of course Dr. Grimacy referred to it as well, that we are going to need additional schools. I would question why we would ever want a high school sitting on Highway 1 in Aberdeen, since that's not going to be, that's a very small, cramped bit of very bound-in property with, as we know, some severe limitations because of the property elevation drop in the back. But we will be needing to build new schools, and I 100% understand that, whether that's the location we would want them to be, whether Southern Pines Primary would be the location. Growth is in the south, but we're looking at needing schools in other areas as well. So, you know, I still am for proceeding, and of course, we don't know what our contract offer is going to officially be until we're able to meet with Mr. Ramey next week. So we really are at a standstill until we get the final response from the town of Aberdeen. Mr. Dennison?
John, correct me if I'm wrong, but I remember in years past actually seeing a plan for Pinecrest High School, and I think Union Pines too, in upgrading them as part of our plan. Dr. Grimacey, I'm sure, I can't remember how many years ago it was, but it was a pretty detailed, at least.
2015, we did master planning at all three campuses. And I was just going to offer to the chair, for the purposes of moving the conversation along, that, you know, if the board does not want to proceed with sale of this property based on its current assumptions and it wants to develop new assumptions, that's always the board's prerogative. I think what would need to happen, rather than just looking at a single site and a single school, there should be a more comprehensive look, and that's going to happen one way or another. If you want to advance that process and do that sooner rather than later, we can do that. But when you think about the Carthage Elementary School and growth in Little River, when you think about middle school, it's not just West Pine Middle, but we've now that we've redistributed our middle school population, all four of our middle schools now are sort of the water's rising at about the same level in the harbor for all four, not just one. You know, West Pine still has more than the others, but the others aren't close behind. And so eventually you've got to address the issue of middle school population. And then obviously Pinecrest, Union Pines is always there, okay? That's always a consideration. So you have options to look at each of those. What we did before was look at each of the individual high school properties on the assumption that those schools would have to be modernized one way or another. Whether you built a new high school or not, you still had to invest in, you weren't going to be able to close Union Pines or Pinecrest or Northmore. You still have to keep them open, which means you still have to invest in them. You're going to have to invest a lot. So are you going to put all your money into a brand new school and not have anything left over for the others? Or can you use the properties at Union Pines and Northmore and Pinecrest? You actually have a lot of land there on those campuses that gives you some options to consider, and that's what the master plans do. The master plans don't handcuff the board or anything. They're more of a vision. It just so happens that at Northmore, that vision paid off. It really did allow for a very cohesive addition to the Northmore facility, and so that addition fell right into that plan. So what I would offer to the board is that if the current assumption is that the priority is to dispose of the properties at fair market value relative to appraised value, you have to come to your own conclusion on that. If you're not prepared to do that, then what we would offer is that you begin the process of sort of, you hang on to these, if you're going to hang on to the properties, then make that part of a comprehensive view on what you're going to do in general with your next generation of capital projects. And we're prepared to help you either way. But right now, again, the discussion on this is mainly among board members, not between board members and staff. We're just reporting to you on what we thought we were supposed to do, so.
All right. Mr. Hensley?
Yeah. Oh, yes, there was the other suggestion of the science and technology magnet at Aberdeen.
Hey, Mr. Hensley has a...
So, you know, I just want to clarify that my proposal, look, I'm good with selling the Aberdeen Elementary campus, but my proposal, just to be clear, and I'm saying this again, but, you know, when we discussed it with Mayor Farrell, you know, and again, this was just his, you know, he certainly wasn't saying the Aberdeen board voted for this, but, you know, they'd hoped that a school would be there. And they expressed interest in the ball fields and the auditorium and the gym, and were kind of scratching their heads on what to do with the academic building. And if they want a school there, it could be a satellite Pinecrest campus. It will help alleviate the overcrowding, and that I believe that we could get a free, we should negotiate as part of selling this under the appraised value, is that we get a free indefinite lease on that building. And so it doesn't cost us anything other than the cost of renovating it. And that would be far cheaper than building a new building. So, my request is just to ask the town of Aberdeen, hey, what's your view on that academic building? Because we would like to explore perhaps putting a satellite Pinecrest campus there to ease the overcrowding.
I think we can probably get that through Mr. Ramey, and we'll just have to wait on that
Yeah,
report
wait
until next week.
I don't think it's a legal issue for a lawyer to render an opinion on. I think it's pick up the phone and whoever's leading the negotiations, which I assume wouldn't be an attorney. I mean, it would be a board member or a central office person leading the negotiations.
Madam Chair, to be clear, the staff is looking for school board direction on this, not legal direction.
Well,
on
I
this.
think-
What I'm trying to emphasize is that is an option for the staff, but we can't do that until after the board takes some action next week. And so that's all I'm saying. And I think your reference was you want to consult with legal counsel on the whole thing.
No, my reference is that I know that Mr. Ramey already has a feel for what the town of Aberdeen is intending, and that he would be able to share that with us next week. Because he's had some discussions already about their plans of working with the developer or what it might be.
I think the schedule calls for us to vote on it next week, so someone needs to work this week, if you all are interested in
Well, no,
reducing the overcrowding at
What
Pinecrest.
I'm trying to say to all of you all, just to facilitate your discussion, is that we don't need that direction today. If that is what the board's interest is in, then you vote down the purchase and then vote to direct us otherwise, whatever that otherwise is. We're happy to do that. You can always just table or just choose not to vote on the purchase and then just give us some other direction. That can be done next week. I don't think we need to, based on our recommendation, I think I would encourage the board to take a thoughtful approach. Whether we make a recommendation to purchase the property or not, you can just vote that down and give us some different direction.
Yeah, we can make that decision next week.
Yeah.
Well,
It's
except,
not incumbent on the staff to do all that work this week and bring it back
except
next Tuesday. I think that's something you can give us beyond this coming Tuesday, you can give us some more time to work on that into next month, so.
Well, except we don't, because next Tuesday is October, whatever, 12th, and their offer expires, and that's a negotiation point. And we need to bring these negotiations to a close, not drag them on for another month. So who's doing the negotiations, and why doesn't someone pick up the phone and say, hey, what are you doing with that academic building, and is this a possibility?
Because I don't know if the majority of the board wants that.
Let's take a vote.
That's the reason why.
We don't need to vote. I'm not.
But being a work session, I think
I'm not
A
interested
vote would
in
not
doing
be.
it'd be complicated doing it. You'd need a called meeting later in the week to do that.
So
Am I correct
just
on
to
that?
be clear, Mr. Dennison, you're not interested in exploring options to reduce overcrowding at Pinecrest High School that's 50% over capacity. You're not interested in exploring a potential low-cost opportunity to reduce that.
That is correct. The ideas you presented in doing that are not viable in my mind.
Well, I for one, am for, Kate, you can get this down, Mr. Hensley is for low-cost alternatives for reducing overcrowding at Pinecrest. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hensley. If you'll get back to the board maybe with figures on what it would take to run a satellite school, to add the busing, the cafeteria, the guidance counselor, the extra principal, which teachers would be assigned there, that kind of thing, maybe look at it more realistically. It would be something that others might support. All right, are there other questions for Mr. Barath? All right, then let's move to the next item, which is the disposal of the Old Southern Mines Primary. Mr. Barath, you are still with us.
Yes, ma'am. Again, as you recall at your last meeting, You directed staff and legal counsel to prepare a purchase contract with the Southern Pines Land and Housing Trust for the entirety of the old Southern Pines primary campus at its recently appraised value of $685,000. The board attorney has worked with legal counsel for the land trust on terms and conditions of the contract. These are the same things similar to the sale agreed contract to the old Southern Pines Elementary School regarding right of first refusal and profit sharing provisions. These legal issues have been resolved to satisfaction of both parties' attorneys and with Moore County Schools Administration. A copy of that proposed purchase contract is attached. More to come on that in a moment. And just as a note, should the board approve this proposed contract, the closing date would be held 10 days following a 60-day due diligence period, so roughly within 70 days of execution. Also, last week on September 30th, board attorney received a second letter from attorney Landon White, who represents an undisclosed client, expressing concerns about a sale to the land trust through a negotiated sale instead of a competitive bidding process. That letter, along with its enclosures, is attached to the executive summary. After advising the board and the superintendent of this letter from Mr. White, the board attorney did forward a copy to attorney Tom Van Camp, who represents a land trust through this purchase contract development, and who would defend any legal claims related to the proposed transaction pursuant to the indemnification agreement, which has been previously shared with the board. On October 1st, attorney Van Camp submitted a responsive letter along with a lot of pages, and that is attached to this as well. Finally, on October 1st, attorney Van Camp submitted a proposed modified version of the purchase contract that the land trust would like to execute if the board is agreeable. The difference in this version versus the first version attached to the executive summary is that the additional edits would be allowing the land trust to recover the costs of any site improvements that it pays for during its ownership in the unlikely event of an involuntary sale of the site as described in the purchase contract. There's a rather large section in the contract that identifies and describes the actions and definitions of that. Board attorney has indicated that he will review these edits closely before your October 12th business meeting and be prepared to speak on that and offer any legal guidance during your closed session. He will also review closely any other languages in that agreement as deemed appropriate and advise accordingly. And again, you will have the opportunity to seek guidance from legal counsel on any of these matters pertaining to the contract or pertaining to the letters from attorneys White and Van Camp at your closed session next week. At this time, I'm available to respond to any questions you may have.
Okay, are there questions for Mr. Brath?
I just questioned the additional letter from the attorney indicating recovering cost of site improvements when the negotiation was to sell property as is. So I'm just unclear of.
Which letter specifically are you referring to, Ms. Thompson?
Down in your summary, Mr. Barath, the very last paragraph where it has finally, and then it goes on to say that Attorney Van Camp made additional edits that would allow the land trust to recover the cost of any site improvements that it pays for during its ownership. So I don't understand how that is or what it is when all of the discussion for all of those surplus properties has been to enter into negotiation as is with the property. The upset bidding process for each different site as well as for the land trust. I don't understand how they are now stating that they're asking for property for us to recover. I mean.
And I understand the confusion in that language in this brief summary statement, and I apologize for that. What this is after the sale and their purchase and acquisition of the property, and they make investments, capital investments in the property to improve the buildings, whether it's physical to the building, to mechanical, electrical, so whatever improvements they made. And then for some cause that I'll let legal counsel get into the specifics of next week in your closed session, they have to involuntarily surrender the property, that they have a right to recover costs that they had incurred in those capital improvements. I have to leave it at that because any more to that falls into the realm of legal counsel, but I can give you just that brief shot of what that's involving. It's
Okay.
not preconditioned to the purchase.
We can ask those questions
Yes,
to
it's
the
post.
attorney.
Mhm.
Okay. I just feel like that it was really clear that as we entered into negotiations, that the property was being sold as is. And I just think certainly we can talk to our attorney, but I just want to make sure that we understand going in what they are expecting for us with site improvements when it's clear that all properties were being negotiated as is.
In looking at the contract, I think the reference is to improvements that they make on the site, once they become the owners of the site, and say they build a $1 million visitor center coming in, and yet at some point down the road, for some reason, there's a foreclosure, and they lose the property. They are and the property is sold for whatever reason. They are asking, and then the profits from that property would be shared with the schools, just like the Montessori contract was set up. They are asking for the ability to recoup any monies they might have invested up to that point, say the cost of that new visitor center that they put in there.
I recommend we not
Mr. Ramey
speculate, just wait for
can
Neil.
explain that much better than I can.
Well, I've not read this agreement in detail, but I can say with certainty that the agreement with Moore Montessori, which Van Camp was a party to negotiating, the Moore Montessori, if they were forced into that or found themselves in that situation, they would get the depreciated value. So I haven't read this agreement.
It's very similar.
If
to
it,
that.
well, if, it needs to be exactly the same, and it needs to be if they recoup the depreciated value. And there's a difference between what they paid and the depreciated value.
Right. Yeah, I think it's worded very closely to the way that is.
We'll find out
But
next week.
we'll have to confer.
Okay.
Mr. Levy?
Yeah, as I read the contract, it appears to me not to be a sales contract, but it's really an option to buy. And let me explain to you why I feel that way.
Hold on, is that something we need to be discussing during closed session?
No, I don't think so.
Because we're not going to be able to answer your question.
Actually, it is forbidden to discuss the sale of property in a closed session. We can get legal advice, but we have to discuss the sale of property openly.
Correct, but
Unless
if
it's
his
legal
question
advice.
is requiring legal counsel, we don't have it available
I don't
right
think it
now.
requires legal counsel in this small portion. What this says is that they have a 90-day, they call it the due diligence period. And they put down $40,000, $50,000, whatever the number was, okay? And then they have 90 days to decide whether they want to buy the property. And if they decide, okay, I don't want to buy the property, they get their money back, we're all done. No, okay? They've had 18 months and we're selling this property as is. And I think that's very important. They want to put down their $48,000, $50,000, and actually I think it should be closer to $100,000. If they decide to walk away from this property, we need to keep that money because they've had an 18-month due diligence period. And I just don't see giving them what is in effect an option to buy for another 90 days, especially if we're going to sell it as is. Because if they discover that there is toxic mold or whatever on that property, you know, we're negotiating with them without a competitive bid, which I'm against, of course. But this is part of the price that they have to pay when they don't do a competitive bid and they want to buy something as is, put down their money, and they're going to buy it. If they decide to want to back out tomorrow, we keep the money. The other thing is the indemnity agreement, and I will I will probably have to ask council this question, but I think it's a question which is important to air an open session. And that is, I assume the indemnity agreement has not been signed, am I correct?
It has only been submitted for review of council and has been accepted by council.
Okay, so what happens in a real litigation situation and is that all of a sudden we sign the contract and it's for sale, and they go and someone who doesn't think we should have done that enjoins the sale, says you can't sell it. Well, we have to make sure that the indemnity agreement is signed before the contract, and that it is independent of the sale contract. So in other words, the instant we sign the sale contract, they are on the hook to make sure that they defend, indemnify, and hold us harmless from any litigation before the culmination of the sale. And so that's something we're going to have to ask legal counsel, and I'll be anxious to know that.
Well, and Mr. Levy, if I could, you've pointed out before that an indemnification is only as good as the financial solvency of the organization that's providing the indemnity. So let's say a lawsuit is filed, the indemnification, the Southern Pines Land Trust has agreed to pay in addition to their legal fees, because we're the ones that'll get sued, not them. So third party sues the Moore County Board of Education, say our attorney's fees are $250,000. Well, Southern Pines Land Trust has to pay us $250,000. Well, it's taken them 3 years to raise $850,000, and this letter from this attorney raises doubt as to whether they've even raised that. So we're going to have an organization that couldn't raise $800,000 in 3 years, facing $500,000 in legal fees, $250,000 or whatever, $100,000 for them and $100,000 for us. That indemnity is no good because they may not have the assets to pay our legal fees.
Well, that's precisely.
I just would offer, without legal counsel present, we don't have the ability to validate that. So just let it sit for the record, but we really won't know until legal counsel can validate. Maybe true, but we just can't validate.
That's another concern of mine, is this is an important contract, and we have many questions, and we're going to meet with our legal counsel in closed session, and then we're going to come out and we're going to have a discussion on it, and then we're going to vote the same day. Where's the thoughtful contemplation of what legal counsel tells us in closed session?
You could do that, or you could choose not to do that. That's a decision that you all as a board will make.
But I would hope that whoever is negotiating this contract for us, I assume it's legal counsel is negotiating the contract.
Yeah, legal counsel's the lead on this one.
Okay, that they tell the land trust that they do not have a 90-day due diligence period, that they have a deposit, they're buying the property as is, and I don't believe I read the words "as is" in this contract. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't believe I read those words. We should have those words. We should have those words in there. And
if I may, I'll
yeah.
show you exactly where it is.
Does it say "as is"?
Yes, condition of the property, contract item 12.
Okay.
States that the property as is with all faults.
Okay, so if we're selling the property as is with all faults, okay, there is no due diligence. And so I'd rather see that $685,000 or whatever it is in our bank account. I think we should close within 30 days. By the way, I'm against the sale, but if we're going to sell it, we'll sell it. But let's close within 30 days, and if they decide for any reason not to buy, we keep the deposit.
Are there any further comments or questions?
Mr. Leavitt, I have to agree with you on that. I think I didn't really get to look at it, and one of them was 256 pages, so I didn't really get to look at that one either. But I will say, too, about the due diligence that if we need a cover some, if they want that 90 days, we do need to have some money back to us if they back out, because that's just wasting our time and money that we could have, put it somewhere else. So I do agree with you.
Would ask with that, is that what we required of more Montessori and not having Mr. Ramey here? Was it a 90-day due diligence or 60-day?
But we kept the money.
It was also extended by the board for the closing and everything because of the requirement they needed to secure the loan to get approval from the town in the whole process. So the other circumstances around that extended that we brought to the board and the board approved. I will draw your attention, though, to the due diligence period definition as put in Part 11, paragraph B Bravo. And it's solely for the purpose, when you read into this, to information uncovered as a result of its studies or its title examination. So that is the restrictive language. It's not that they decide that, well, I just don't want to do this anymore. They would lose all their money based off of that. They have to find an undisclosed, uncovered, unknown out there in order to withdraw during the due diligence.
I think as is means as is. If for some reason they feel that there's a title problem, let them go to a title insurance company and research it now in the next 10 days before they sign the contract. But I don't see any reason why we can't close this in 30 days. And we're not unreasonable, by the way. Should there be a hiccup that says there's $10,000 or $20,000 that they couldn't get, they need an extra week. I don't think we're beyond that. But I'm talking about generally no option to buy. You either buy or you don't.
All right, any further questions for Mr. Barath? All right, let us move on. Thank you, Mr. Barath. We'll move on to, let's see, let me run through the items on the agenda. Where's my agenda? Such that we can set our agenda for the October 12th meeting. The first item is, and I'm asking whether to have these on consent or action or consent, the proposal to proclaim October 17th to 23rd as Safe Schools Week. Consent. The COVID-19 management update, well, we have to vote on that, but as part of the, not so much the update as the mask mandate, so that will be an action item. The iPad refresh, an action item. And the next two will definitely be action items. Ms. Potter, is that clear? Thank you. All right, now let us move on to reports, information, and discussion. We have quite a lengthy one ahead.
Introducing Dr. Metcalf again with Ms. Faw.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Grimacy. As you all may recall, at the September 7th work session, we provided you with a preliminary briefing on the 2020-21 Moore County School student outcomes. At that time, we shared the results with you in context, comparing our results with our state scores and with our regional scores and with like district. We track a lot of different data points, but today we're going to provide you with a more deeper look at what we have identified as our key outcomes. I would like to share that, as Mr. Hensley has said in the past, these results are the hard truth, the hard, cold truth is the term you've used. Appreciate that. We're not always proud of these results. We know we can do better. We know that we must do better. And we believe that with our continued intentionality of our direction and support, we will do better. Tomorrow, the board will be meeting with 11 of our schools as they present their school improvement plans. They have, too, looked at the hard truths and have, in conjunction with their staff and parents, developed plans to address their identified areas of concern. The key outcomes that Ms. Faw and I will share are going to be listed. If you can go to slide 2 there, Kate. They're listed there. And we'll begin with the end of grade and end of course performance and then ACT performance. I need to remind the board and the community that we obviously have been impacted by COVID-19. Because of the U.S. Department of Education and NC General Assembly waivers, we will not be receiving performance grades or school growth data for the 2020-21 school year. It should also be noted that Catherine Truitt, the state superintendent, warns against comparing the results to previous years and that the results are not valid indicators of future performance. That being said, the results are critically important, and they drive our work moving forward, much of our work moving forward. Ms. Fall is going to begin with the end of grade and end of course performance. This is the percent of students who've earned a level 3, 4, or 5 on their end of grade or end of course exam and are deemed to be grade level proficient. This would indicate that based on a single 3 to 4 hour test administered at the end of the semester or the year, that they have mastered the assessed curriculum standards for that grade level subject or course. The end of grade assessments, again, I want to remind you, is one of a multiple measures that we use to determine grade level proficiency. Other measures include student results on teacher-created classroom assessments, student classroom performance, student work. But again, we take these results, these EOG, these GLP results very seriously, and they're incredibly important to us and drive our work. Ms. Fall.
As Dr. Metcalf just reviewed with you, the end of grade, end of course assessments are given in English, language arts, math, and science. To be clear, these are a singular test administered at the end of each semester or school year. The tests generally take 3 to 4 hours to complete and assess all of the curriculum standards in a given subject. As Dr. Metcalf pointed out, comparison to the 2020-21 school year to prior years is difficult due to the nature of the year. However, to help provide some context, we have provided you with Moore County's performance as well as the composite state performance. End of course and end of grade composite scores in all of our subjects and grades combined together. As you can see in 2020-2021, 51.9% of Moore County students met grade level proficiency.
Is that overall in all things?
Yes, sir.
All students,
That's
all
inclusive.
subjects.
All students, all
all
subjects.
grades, all subjects. Yes, sir. The state and Moore County track multiple subgroups, including but not limited to ethnicities, economically disadvantaged, students with disabilities, academically gifted, military connected, homeless, etc. To be able to report the data, a subgroup must have at least 40 students to count for accountability purposes. Therefore, it's not uncommon for some schools to not have any data on a subgroup. Additionally, for smaller subgroups, for example, Asian students, one student can drastically impact the overall performance of the subgroup. Subgroups can vary in size from school to school and even grade level to grade level within a school. It's important to note that students can be classified, and often are, in more than one category. For example, a student could be Hispanic, military connected, and academically gifted. For the purposes of this presentation, we are showing you our largest subgroups within Moore County. Here's the overall GLP composite scores broken down by those subgroups. Based on this data, we continue to be concerned about the performance of our Black students and students with disability, although clearly there's a shown need for improvement in all subgroups.
And just so that for the record,
Yes, sir.
what is the African American performance overall?
Overall, the African American is 23.6%.
Okay. I wanted to get that out. Thank you. So that's 23.6 for African Americans and
For the overall
51%
composite.
for all students.
Correct, 51.9.
And what is it for Caucasians?
62.1.
And for and one other category for I don't want to use the term
Economically disadvantaged.
Asian. I didn't want to use another term. Asian.
I'd have to reference another document since that's a small.
That's okay. That's all right. I just want to get the array out here so that we can see the problems. Okay.
And for the record, EDS, SWD, and AIG.
EDS is economically disadvantaged students. SWD is students with disability, which are those that have a documented IEP. And then AIG is academically, intellectually gifted. As we break down the composite performance into subjects, we begin to see that there are wide discrepancies in performance overall. For English in grades 3 through 8, there was a dip from previous year, which given the pandemic was expected. Moore County decreased 8.6 percentage points and is not at a spot we are satisfied with. Moore County High School English 2 performance actually showed an increase in performance over previous years of 3.8 percentage points, which is actually a 4-year high. When when reviewing the individual tests that make up the ELA composite score, we can really zero in on the grade levels that struggled the most over the past year. While we have concerns across the board, we are really focusing some attention on reading in grade 6, which is where 47.4% were proficient, which is our largest drop, as well as reading 3, where we were at 57.5% proficient, because we know so much of reading foundation starts there. A subgroup analysis of English
Sorry,
scores.
can we go
Yes,
back,
sir.
please? I'm just trying to take this in. You know, an important thing of looking at charts and graphs is understanding the trend. And, you know, it looks like, you know, obviously 2021, COVID was bad because of COVID, but across most of those, it looked like we were trending down before COVID. It's not like we had good positive, like Moore County schools had good positive increases year over year, and then COVID set us back. If you look, just say RD 05, that, you know, you look at 2017, 2018, 2019, that's almost a perfect waterfall downward. So,
In some grade levels, that is true. Reading grade 5 is an example of that. However, reading grade 4 shows some fluctuation. And English 2 as well. And you'll see some more of that fluctuation as you move into other subjects as well.
yeah, I just want to make sure it's correctly characterized.
Yes.
Because, you know, there's a tendency to blame a lot of things on COVID. So really, to see the trend, you have to go back pre-COVID.
Absolutely.
Right.
A subgroup analysis of English scores shows that white students continue to outperform their minority peers in elementary and middle school by more than double. We can see that
So
students...
I have a question on that. Any theories why?
Go ahead.
Yeah, well, I think that it's a complex issue. You know, with our minority students not meeting the same standard as our white students, it's a complex issue, and I think there are a lot of pieces to it. I think Mr. Levy months ago brought up that, you know, we needed more teachers, more staff members perhaps that look like our students so they can interact with them and mentor them and monitor them. I agree with him completely on that. There may be some unintended implicit bias or unintended deficit thinking among our staff they don't even know is happening. How do we address that? How do we professional development our way out of that? How do we get to know our kids better, you know, to understand what their challenges are and reach those? Do we need different resources that more match the look of our students? Those are complex issues that we need to continue to add attention to.
Is there, I'm sorry.
Does Moore County schools have equal standards for all students?
Do we have equal standards for all
Equal
students?
standards, equally applied, and by equal standards, I mean academically, disciplinary, across the board. Does Moore County schools have equal standards for all students, and are they equally applied?
I believe we have equal standards across the board, yes. Are they equally applied? I can't answer that. I personally believe there is some implicit bias that sometimes applies discipline standards, for example, differently for some students than others. And again, that's something that the district has tried to address and we need to continue to look at.
Okay, so just to be clear, Moore County Schools has no affirmative action programs in either education or discipline for different groups of students?
I can't name any affirmative action programs that we've applied for or put into place now.
Okay, so Moore County Schools, for academic discipline across the boards, Moore County Schools has equal standards, equally applied to all students?
I think that's true. I would also say
I mean, other than variations between schools and misinterpretations, I'm talking
exceptional
to...
education students
Right.
and what have you, and I think we provide differentiated support to students. But yes, I think.
But we
have
have
set
equal standards. Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, just the one thing, just to be prepared, the question I want answered later is, are there programs which have been used at other schools which have solved this problem? So, and I'm talking about whole programs of ways to solve this problem. I know that Success Academy has done a great job, at least up until a couple of years ago, on this, but I'm concerned. Anyway, I don't want to interrupt your presentation any longer.
We can see that the students with disability subgroup, which is any student with a documented disability and an IEP, are the ones that we are struggling to reach the most. Additionally, you can see that academically gifted students are performing at an extremely high level. That's the English subgroup performance.
Before you move on, if you
Yes,
could, Dr. Metcalf, what is the team's speculation for the across-the-board improvement in the relationship between the ELA GLP Composite 3 through 8 and the English 2 GLP Composite? It's across the board. It's particularly noticeable with our Black and Hispanic students. Why do they seem to perform so much better later than they do in 3 through 8?
I can give you one answer that may not be a popular answer, but at the high school level, 10th grade English, for example, that is worth 20% of their final grade, where at the 3 through 8, there's not a part of their grade, and so perhaps their performance is impacted about how engaged they are in preparing and doing the assessment off the top of my head.
So there could be other nuanced reasons that would be speculative, but that's one I think everybody can identify with. I would say that in Virginia, to get the verified credit for a course, a student was required to meet or exceed proficiency on the state test, and in North Carolina, that's not the case.
That is not the case.
As a matter of fact.
Do you feel that, go ahead.
As a matter of fact, aren't we technically, and I believe that we waive this requirement, aren't we technically required to retain students if they do not reach proficiency in the 3rd grade?
There are read to achieve measures which are in place that require that aspect, yes.
Right, which I believe if we have 50% of the students not achieving that in the 3rd grade, then of course we've waived it many times over.
Well,
I
there's
assume.
multiple ways.
Yeah.
Multiple ways to demonstrate grade level proficiency at all levels, not just at the 3rd grade. But you're correct, GLP is one of the ways in which that would be waived at 3rd grade. But in addition to that, they can come to a summer camp, they can take the test multiple times, they can demonstrate that through their work within the classroom. Teachers can say after a semester of getting to know those students or a year of working with a student, they have in fact met grade level proficiency. So it's not that we're waiving it, they're determining other ways in which they meet that rather than a single test.
Yeah, but one of the other things is then the following year they don't meet grade level proficiency. So aren't we really just waiving them and pushing them along?
I would disagree with that.
Okay, all
There
right,
are
that's
students who
fair.
are just not simply good test takers, and say may never pass the test, but demonstrate through their classroom performance, demonstrate through their work with the teachers that they do, in fact, have met grade level proficiency. And the characterization that they're just pushed on, I would struggle with. That's not to suggest that there aren't some exceptional education or some students who are. And I think that when Kate gets to our outcomes, our end outcomes, not just our graduation rate, but what happens to our students after that. And if we were to talk about Lexiles, I could talk about that too. You'll see that our students do quite well on the back end. And so they may never meet grade level proficiency on a single test at the end of the semester or at the end of the year. A 3-hour test that is designed to measure standards, multiple standards. In some cases, one question measuring that standard. They may never meet that, but they may be demonstrating grade level proficiencies in other ways, and we see that at the end, they're performing at a high level, not just in graduation rate, but what happens to them after they leave as well. So I might argue with the idea that we just push them on.
And by the way, just so that everybody knows, I'm not in favor of retaining students. As a matter of fact, I think that is the worst of the worst ideas ever figured out by mankind, to have a 5'2" student in a classroom of 4'3" other students. But I'm looking at getting them to make grade level.
Appreciate that.
My question is, and I know that we will get into specifics tomorrow with our teams and school improvement plans. However, overall, do you feel that when we're looking at the subgroups and the ones that are lower in proficiency, that the biggest hit would be those children in our restart schools? Or do you feel like that is pretty much across the board in the same subgroups like the Hispanic?
The
The black-
subgroup discrepancies that you're seeing right now with the composite scores are relatively consistent from school to school.
Okay.
Obviously, there is lots of fluctuation from school to
Okay.
school, but the pattern is pretty consistent across the school. We'll move on to math. End of grade math was relatively steady until this past year. However, Moore County students saw less of a drop in performance than the state average. Again, not an acceptable level, but a better picture than we might have anticipated in terms of learning loss. Math end of course data is a tale of two courses. In NC Math 1, which is mostly a freshman course, our pattern mirrors the state over time, but our overall performance has dropped substantially, a trend that started long before the pandemic year and has just been exacerbated by the instructional situation. Last year, NC Math 1 GLP performance was 32.3%. By contrast, however, NC Math 3, usually an 11th and 12th grade course, which was first tested in 2018-19, saw an increase in performance to 55.5% even during the pandemic year, a trend that we need to continue to grow. As stated just a moment ago, the North Carolina Math 3 EOC was first introduced in 2018-19 when the math tests were renormed. Math curriculum was revised and the test was changed in the middle of the last 4 years, right before the pandemic hit. In 2018-19, the math standards changed, and with it, the final examinations. Therefore, all tests were renormed. Even though comparison year to year is not recommended, it is important to keep that in mind as you look at trend over time. Third grade math was the strongest overall at 58%, with NC Math 1 at 32.3% being the weakest. However, clearly, all levels of math need to be a focus. Subgroup analysis of math score mirrors the pattern of English, with our white students substantially outperforming their minority peers and black students being the lowest performing of the racial subgroups. Additionally, students with disability remain the lowest subgroup performers, while AIG students substantially outperform their peer group. Again, it's important to note that students are often counted in more than one subgroup.
So just so I understand this, this says that 15% of our African American students are at grade level of math in grades 3 through 8.
Yes, sir.
15% of our African American students are at grade level 3 through 8th grade.
Correct.
And nobody's saying that's acceptable. Nobody.
Overall, despite taking a dip this past year, science scores are our highest. The science exams are given in 5th and 8th grade, as well as high school biology. Again, you can see that our pattern of performance is maintained, and we do remain above the state average, though there is still work to do to get our scores back to and better than they were pre-pandemic. This chart breaks down the performance of the science composite into the 3 individual tests: 5th grade science, 8th grade science, and biology. As you can clearly see on the chart, grade 8 science remains our highest performing EOG. When reviewing subgroup data for science, the overall pattern of subgroup performance matches math and ELA. However, the overall achievement is higher across the board. The lowest achievement area remains students with disabilities, and the highest remains AIG. In fact, the AIG in grades 5 and 8 actually exceeds 95, although reporting stops at 95%. Moving away from end of grade and end of course assessments, we have several other capstone data measures that we review. The ACT is a college and career ready assessment, which is a good indicator of how prepared our students are for post-high school academic choice. By state mandate, all 11th grade students take the ACT, and it is part of the accountability reporting in a traditional year. The percent represents the students who achieve a score of 17 or higher, which is the North Carolina University of North Carolina system benchmark. A note, while there was data for 1920, it was not officially reported because the testing window was cut short and incomplete due to the lack of makeup dates, thus the missing date range. Last year, we were at 61.5%, which was significantly higher than the state average. We reported out during the class of 2021 highlight that career and college promise participation continues to rise. This table shows the trend over the last 6 years, with the last column showing the difference between 2015-16 and the last school year. Last year, 1,095 students took 3,352 college courses with a pass rate of 87.1%. The courses taken were both academic courses such as history, psychology, literature, and career preparation courses, which are your more vo-tech courses such as core construction, computer coding, things like that. These courses count towards both high school and college credit. When it comes to being ready for life after graduation, Moore County is very proud of our CTE program, Career and Technical Education. These courses, which many people may refer to as vocational courses, are broad. They range from nursing to automotive to computer science and marketing. In 2021, we had 3,165 individual career credentials earned. These are workforce credentials in areas like construction, HVAC, maintenance, home computer programming. The last 2 years were heavily impacted by COVID-19 because some of the CTE courses require hands-on hours, and the credential testing is managed outside of the school system. Several programs were not able to complete requirements for their credentialing credits. For example, nursing students were not able to do their rotations due to COVID-19 restrictions, and other courses were not able to be offered virtually because of the need for hand-to-hand and hand-on experience. Still, 3,165 job-ready credentials is impressive, and honestly, this is a key outcome that we are very proud of.
So let's explore this slide. I've got some questions on this slide. So 3,000, if I understand this correct, 3,165 career credentials were awarded or earned by our high school students this last year.
Correct.
Mainly juniors and seniors.
Right. And what's that population of students roughly? That's out of 6,000 students, juniors and seniors, or, I mean, just roughly.
2,000, I guess, around that.
Roughly 2,000.
So we have 2,000 students earning 3,100 career credentials.
Multiple credentials in certain classes. They may earn 3 or 4 credentials.
Yeah, that's an average of 1.5 credentials per student. That doesn't seem plausible. Vo-tech, you know, you train to be a computer programmer or a network engineer, or you train to be a C++ programmer, you train to be an automotive technician. So what we're being told here is our students are getting 1.5 career certification. So if I grab an average student, that person is a computer programmer. So are we requiring is there any requirement for our high school students? Are we forcing any high school students to take CTE classes?
No, sir.
No, sir.
But an individual student could earn multiple credentials. For example, a student taking Adobe classes might earn a credential in Adobe Photoshop, Adobe PDF edits, and in multiple areas within that one subject of study.
Okay, so I'm just trying to understand this, right? So we consider you used Adobe, Adobe Acrobat. If somebody takes a class on Adobe Acrobat, they get a career certificate in Adobe Acrobat or Microsoft Excel?
They have to take an assessment. They have to take a national assessment in a lot of cases that they have to earn the credentials for. So it's not just they take the course, they receive the credential. They have to actually go through a testing, most of which are actually not even run by us. They're job credentialings that anyone could go and take. And those students would go and take those credential courses in order to receive that credential.
Are these state-identified credentials?
These are state-identified credentials, yes, sir.
And what occurred back in 2015-16 is that rather than just emphasizing course completion and completers, we actually elevated the emphasis on these credentials to raise the rigor. And the good news for our students is that even though we raised that rigor and we put that focus on credentials, they took on that challenge, and this is a higher standard than what was prevailing in 2015-16. It brings some structure to it.
Well, and here's my confusion, and I think there's probably confusion in the community, because if I hear a CTE credential, I'm thinking, wow, the person's a American, is certified to be an auto mechanic, and immediately start going turning wrenches at Cooper Ford, or they're a Cisco certified engineer and they're ready to go up to the Research Triangle and start doing network infrastructure stuff. But really what these are is these are just certifications for discrete software programs, or at least part of it is.
It varies. No, it
It could be
varies.
other
That's
things.
true.
It's
That's
very-
true, but it's not the complete picture. Go
Yes,
ahead.
it's very
Yeah.
broad. So in
Okay.
some cases, they may have earned enough credentials that they end up with a license. For
Right.
example, nursing can sometimes graduate with a
CNA.
CNA license. But they have to get multiple credentials in order to do that. But in some cases, you're correct. It would just be a programming credential for C++ programming language or something along those lines.
Okay, all right, thank you.
The nice thing is that their resumes, it helps them structure their resumes. It helps them to structure their overall workforce preparation. That's been the real value of that. And so this is a measure that really has helped to inspire a lot of focus in this area that we were lacking back in 2015-16. Yeah.
So, for some additional information, the Moore County, this is for 18-19. Moore County Schools is one of only two CTE programs in the state that met or exceeded all 8 of the state standards, which is graduation rate and a bunch of other things. And I can send you a copy of that if you want to see it, but it's a bunch of different things. And there may be different credentials. Let's say auto mechanic. You can get to one level in auto mechanic, but if you take more, you can you get a certificate in auto mechanics that's higher than the one that you had received previously? So you can get multiple certifications if you go higher in a specific.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thanks.
The ACT Work Keys is another measure of job readiness. It's a test that uses applied mathematics, graphic literacy, and workplace documentation. It's taken by any senior who's earned 4 CTE credits in a career cluster or area of study. The scoring is a color scale with the accountability measures being the top 3, silver, gold, and platinum. The test is also utilized in several industries as an indicator for the hiring process. 2019-20 data was not reported by the state due to the mid-year shutdown. The data we do have is based off the fall semester testers only, and we hand calculated that from the raw data. For 2020-21, the Work Keys assessment area is the only place where the state outperformed Moore County's overall district results. The district had 61.6% of tested students score a silver or better, while the state had 63.3%. In reviewing the subgroup performance, all areas took a dip from previous years, but the overall pattern has remained similar over the 5-year span. Part of the reason for the dip in performance could have been the impact of testing situations in the time of COVID restrictions. Work Keys assessments must be taken in the building, and getting virtual and early graduate students to come in for testing has proved difficult the past year. As things slowly return to a more traditional operation, there are already plans in place to assure broader testing of individual eligible students. Dropout data is reported in February of the following year. This allows for the state and business rules to be applied. For example, a student who's dropped out a year before can be recaptured for purposes of calculation and not count as a dropout if they re-enroll the student in the following school year. Due to this, our dropout data is always a year behind. The good news is that in 2019-20 school year, Moore County experienced an all-time low dropout rate of 0.12%. This indicator shows that Moore County students are persisting towards their diploma.
It's also a compliment to our staff at CLC Pinckney for actually going out and pursuing kids that think they're going to drop out, and then they go after them, get them, and bring them back. And so, I mean, everybody gets credit, but the team at Pinckney really is first class with that.
And this year, I think there were 30-some that, because of CLC, that graduated.
Moore County's 4-year graduation rate is 92.3%. This is slightly higher than Dr. Metcalf reported in the preliminaries outcomes last month due to some data corrections that were approved by the state. When we expand to look at the 5-year measure, that rate increases to 93.6%. This chart shows the comparison to the state. As you can see, Moore County continues to have a wide margin above the state graduation rate. We can further break down the 4-year graduation rate into subgroups. Again, as a reminder, it is not uncommon for a student to be classified in more than one category. Our racial subgroups will all remain above 87%, with the discrepancy still existing between white and minority groups. The other subgroups fluctuate depending on the group, with economically disadvantaged students having a graduation rate of 84.9%, English learners 77.8%, and students with disability 82.7%. All subgroups are substantially over the state. We also track some post-graduation data markers as well. You may remember this from the class of 2021 highlight, but 86% of our seniors last year indicated that they received a college acceptance letter. Our students also earned $22,829,000.
I'm sorry, could we go back, please?
Yes, sir.
Are those four-year college acceptance letters, or does that include junior college?
It includes all colleges.
Community college, so that includes community college?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Our students reported earning $22,829,960 in scholarship money. My Future NC is an organization that works collaboratively with schools, businesses, and the government across North Carolina. One of the things that they do is they track several data points during and after graduation. The main ones that we use are reviewing the numbers of AP courses taken, enrollment and persistence in post-secondary education, and the completion of degree credentials within 6 years. As you can see, the county is well above peer counties, which was defined by My Future NC organization based on population per square mile in a county. Additionally, comparative to the state, Moore County is about the same in the percentage of students who took at least one course and the percent of students who start college and continue into their second year, as well as completion of degree and credentialing programs. Moore County is 9 percentage points higher than the state on the percent of students who enroll in college and university. A lot of this information comes from an independent organization called National Clearinghouse, which was delayed in being able to provide information due to the pandemic, so we do anticipate this information being updated in the future.
Madam Chair, if you don't mind, I have two additional points I wanted to throw out that didn't get included in the presentation and have been board questions in the past. One of them from Sandhills was the percentage of students who graduate who have to go to developmental classes. I know Mr. Levy has expressed great interest in that, and I appreciate that. We had some struggles getting that from the college. They've changed their process in the past year. Changed their process. It used to be based on a single test, and they've changed that because they felt like it over-identified students for the developmental classes. So now they do it based on a GPA plan. Been very successful with that. They report 96% of our graduates who applied were able to go and take college-level classes. 4% had to do the developmental classes to get the support to be able to take. So that's 96%, and that was some information that Mr. Levy had asked. The other was about, I've heard members of the public, so forth, come forward and say that our kids graduate and can't read. How many can read? And Mr. Hensley correctly asked that question, how do we know how many students we're graduating who cannot read? And I think that's a legitimate question. The 10th grade assessment that Kate shared earlier does provide, although that's an assessment of standards being taught. It's not really a reading test. And so when it says 51% of those students show proficiency, it doesn't mean that 49% can't read. But that assessment does provide each of the students who take it with a Lexile score. And so Mr. Levy talked about Lexile score, so you're very familiar with it, which I appreciate. The Lexile score goes into a band, which can loosely be applied to a grade span. So at the 10th grade level, 86% of our students who take the 10th grade English 2 exam, 86% are at grade level or above. In fact, 79% of them are above, based on that single test, based on that Lexile score and the bands. 10th grade reading would be the New York Times. Most newspapers, higher level newspapers, are written at a 10th grade level. About 7%, between 7 and 8% are reading in 10th grade at a 6th through 8th grade level, 8th grade Lexile level. That would be Harry Potter. To give you an idea, it means that they would be able to read and comprehend Harry Potter. That's the normal for 6th through 8th. And then there's about 7% who are at the higher elementary, 3rd or 4th grade on the 10th grade exam, that single one-day exam, the Lexile. And that would be Charlotte's Web would be an example of a book kind of on the lower end. It's 2-something% in first grade or second grade or who didn't score. That's probably either exceptional education student or a student who just kind of went through it and zipped through.
And what percentage of our students across the district are identified as exceptional?
12%.
12%. So these are percentages that are well within that band.
They are, and remember that some of our exceptional education students don't take that test in 10th grade. Some of our most, have severe challenges do not take that particular test. But over 95% of our students in 10th grade take that, and that's where they land in terms of can they read. So my argument would be virtually every student who graduates can read. Interestingly enough, to put that in comparison, the average reading level for the average American is between 7th and 8th grade. Not that we should be proud of that as a nation, but that's what it is. It's between 7th and 8th grade is what the average American reads at, and 86% of ours are at 10th grade or above when they're in 10th grade. So I just wanted to share those because you had asked for that information in the past.
How is that determined?
It's based on the 10th grade English 2 exam, and they provide a Lexile as part of the information they provide back to us, not only the proficiency on the standards, but they also provide a Lexile score for each of those students. And we're able to do a report on that, which Kate did, and we'll certainly provide that to the board as well.
Please, because that's quite interesting. So when the student takes the test, even though he might not be proficient for grade level,
right,
he has a separate Lexile score which shows grade level reading.
Right, because it's not a reading. You have to remember that the proficiency is not determining whether a student can read or not. A lot of parents get that wrong, and that's a conversation we have to have with them and educate them, because they believe, when it says 51% are proficient, that means 49% cannot read. That's not true. 49% haven't met grade level proficiency on that particular test. They may show grade level proficiency in other ways. 49% haven't on that test, but that doesn't mean they can't read. 86% of those students can read. Even some that fail the test or do poorly on the test doesn't mean they can't read. It may mean that they just didn't study throughout the course of the year and they don't have a good handle on the standards and the concepts that were taught, but that doesn't mean they can't read. So again, I just wanted to share that out. If we flip over to the what's happening next, we're certainly can answer any questions today, but tomorrow's a big day for us. We have 11 schools coming in tomorrow. We'll be going through their school improvement presentations, and as I said before, they dug down deep on their school level data, identifying some of their challenges that they have, and they'll share some of their ideas that the parents that they're working with and their staff are putting into place to address those issues. And then we're back again November 4th to talk about our staff reports, their status of their strategic plan objectives and strategies, and that'll get into some of the work the district's doing to help support the schools as well as we take on these challenges. Certainly can try to answer any questions you may have.
Just a comment with our full day tomorrow and listening to individual schools' plans. It just will be interesting to see how the individual schools addresses the subgroup needs of their students and the math and the English, to where the different levels, the Hispanics, the blacks, the Asians are down below. It will be interesting to see how those individual improvement plans address those particular groups.
I think you'll hear a lot of that tomorrow when we talk with them. These are huge challenges.
Yeah.
And as Dr. Grimsey said, there's no one in the room that's pleased by that.
Mike, and I have some more information for you. I looked at the 36 districts in North Carolina that had the highest score for level 3, all students, all subjects, for 18-19, and then for 2021. For 18-19, this is all subjects, all schools, this is a district score. Moore County Schools ranked 36. After 2021, Moore County Schools ranked 20th. of the top 36 schools, Moore County had the 5th lowest drop between 1819 and 1920. So to me, that shows that we did a lot better during the pandemic than a lot of other people did with whatever we had going then. But,
So when you,
and I know we're looking at individual schools here, but I wanted to look at the big picture first. I'm still working on the schools because, you know, they vary so much between one that has 84% economically disadvantaged and one that has 13%. So, but
Yes.
to me, that's good news.
yeah, and as we learned last month, when you look at our scores in context, and again, we don't take pride in where our scores are, but when you look at them in context, when you look at them compared to the state, when you look at them compared to like schools, districts, when you compare them to our region, you know, we're strong against that. Not that we're
A lot
proud
of room
of
for
where we're at.
improvement, but we're making it.
Yeah. Let me echo what Ms. Thompson had to say. To me, when I look at numbers like 15% African-American students were proficient at a certain level, and it is just far below those of Caucasians. We have to look seriously at what we're doing, and I would hope that you would come back to us with a plan, not saying, well, we believe that this will work, or we should do this or that. It was done in this school district, and in this other school district, the African-American reading scores were in fact raised in that school district. Therefore, we should try it here. There's been so much over the past 20 years. There has been so much work and experimentation and the like. We should know what works, and we should be able to deal with that. My personal belief is that we've got to get down to a, and I don't want, you know, this may be tilting at windmills, a 1 to 15 ratio of students to teachers, instead of our general 1 to 30 in most classrooms. And everyone is saying, well, that's impossible, too expensive, and the like. If we are educating any group of students, and they are, and by the way, I saw in, I think, one school in one grade, proficiency in math among African Americans was less than 5%, because you provided me, and I thank you very much, with a much more detailed look at what's going on in each individual school and the like. And a lot of it has to do, I understand, with socioeconomics. But to my belief, that means we've got to throw some more resources at it, but not just throw it at it. We've got to have a plan. And some of the things that I want to hear about is if a child does not demonstrate that he or she is proficient at a grade level of reading, then when we give that child enrichment, are we making sure that that enrichment is in reading? And that the child is not getting horticulture or robotics or the like? I'm sure those are great things. But the things that we have to do is we have to teach kids to read and write. And if we're ever going to achieve equality in this country, and we have to achieve equality among our racial groups, e pluribus unum means that everyone is raised up to the same level. We've got to make sure, especially our African American students, are given the resources that they need. And so I would hope that there would be a plan to do that. That's just my opinion.
You'll hear a lot about that tomorrow.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
Okay.
that's
A lot
tomorrow.
about that
Are other questions at this point? All right, then we will look forward to tomorrow and a deeper dive into what is going on 8:30 tomorrow, yes.
Thank you both.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Dr. Locklear has got item 3B.
Okay. Oh, welcome back, Dr. Locklear.
Thank you. Wanted to bring the board an update, as we customarily have, when the timing allows, in September, to bring you an update around our Day 10 membership as we open up the school year, what trend we're seeing as we're opening up the school year over the first week or so of school. And we always customarily like to bring you our update on where we are after the first month of school, which is Day 20. This is also the time period that the state uses to look at where we're funded and how we're allotted from some state resources. So this is an important time or important date, and that's why we use Day 20 as we're reporting out our information. So we'll put the presentation up. Just going to give you a brief overview of where we're at, and certainly Kate and I can respond to any questions that you may have. As we look at, first wanted to take a quick look at the last 5 years of data, so you can just have some information on where we've been over the last 5 years. Bringing your attention to the last 3 years, if you will, where we were in 1920, and then the dip we took with the COVID impact last school year. We talked about we retained about 97% of our membership from the 1920 school year to the 2021 school year, so we lost about 3%. And you'll see as we look at our numbers from this year, the trend has continued to show us that we've rebounded from that dip and gained 3% back to our numbers this year, opening up at 12,825. We also like to note how we do our projections when we project our student membership for the next school year. We always look at where students will be assigned in that next year, and so we use that data and roll that forward based on the students that we have in our schools around February. And so we roll that information forward, and we use a 3-year average for kindergarten, and that's how we come up with our projections. Obviously, with the COVID impact last year, it's very difficult to know exactly how that was going to turn out as we open up this school year. But for budgeting purposes and for projection purposes, we of course did that in a conservative way. And so what we saw as we opened up this year, this chart shows us our overall numbers based on where we were last year comparing to where we opened up on Day 20 this year. You can see that last year we're at 12,444. This year opening up at 12,825 after Day 20. That's a 381 student increase. Now, if you look at where we projected we'd be, what we built our budget numbers around, we projected our membership at 12,400, and so that's a 425 student difference in what we projected and where we came in actually. So basically, we're back where we were in the 1920 school year, about 10 students less than where we were then. The next 3 pages are just charts of each individual school, and I'm not going to read each one of those to you, but that's there for your reference, as well as the public's reference on looking where each individual school was as we open up Day 20. And then just a couple summary points based on our Day 20 membership. Again, looking at a gain of 3.06% over where we were on Day 20 last year. Due to the impact of COVID-19, we underestimated our membership by 425 students as we projected, and that's across all 22 schools. And it's important to note, on Day 10, we showed you a chart exactly where our Connect Academy numbers were. So it's important to remember that the Connect Academy certainly has impacted our ability to be able to keep student membership and bring back some student membership in Moore County. Each of our schools has at least one student enrolled in the Connect Virtual Academy, most more than one, I think all more than one. Yes. And all those students are counted towards membership at their home school. Because as you recall, the Connect Virtual Academy is not its own school. It's still connected to each home school that the student is domiciled to attend. And so those are just some quick summary points about where we opened up on Day 20, where our membership is. We're certainly open to any questions that you may have, and certainly we feel positive about the growth of our district and where we're headed. So,
I have a request. Would you fix a Day 20 count like this, where you have it by school, by grade? Because I'd like to use that in looking at some stuff. So the same thing, but just for Day 20.
Yes, sir. We'll go ahead and send that out to the board. We've got it broken down by 3 pages. That's the same thing, but we'll send it out as one.
Yeah, just the one, yeah, thanks.
We'll be able to send that out tomorrow. No
Super,
problem.
thanks.
Well, the numbers are certainly very encouraging, and it's just a pleasure to see that we have rebounded. This might be a case where, as Mr. Levy keeps advocating, we need to be going back to the commissioners and saying, look, we've got 425 more students, whatever the number was, more than we anticipated, and we need your help.
That was my thought exactly, Madam Chair.
So, you know, we may be having to go back.
But let's, Madam Chair, let's get together, maybe, because I'm not a member of the Budget Committee, maybe the Budget Committee needs to make have a meeting, and maybe we need to go to the county commissioners with a formal supplemental. And just a suggestion, I'll be happy to work with the Budget Committee or do whatever's necessary. But I think even if they tell us no, it's worth going up there and in public saying, we need this money because of this, that, and the other thing. And I think there are about 5 or 10 different things that we need the money for. So it's time to go up and ask our parents for money.
Well, to your point, Mr. Levy, with regard to reducing class sizes that you
Indeed.
had spoke about just a few minutes earlier, it would be awesome to be able to do that beginning in grades 4, so that students do have more of that one-on-one interaction with the teachers. We heard at meetings last year before, to where we lost students because of the increase in class sizes. So that would definitely, it would be a step in the right direction to be able to reduce those class sizes.
I would remind the board that you've got a day-long work session devoted to a line-by-line budget review, and this could be a topic you could discuss that day.
Yeah, I would,
Yes.
Yes, sir.
I just have 2 observations. One is the information on the percentage increase or decrease in students by year, that would be much more useful if it also had a column of the increase or decrease of the student age population in Moore County. As an example, you know, and I'm just making this up, this academic year, our enrollment may have gone up 3%, but the eligible school-age pool of children may have increased 10%. So we may have actually lost market share, and we're patting ourselves on the back.
Well, actually, let me just explain. The state issues a report every November to that effect. That report's not available yet. So we'll be coming back to you with that more refined presentation. Normally, we do it in the school board monthly update. We could do it in a public meeting.
Right.
But normally, am I correct that that's normally November that we?
The official data is published in November from the Department of Public Instruction. We do monitor our market share. That's a great point, Mr.
Right,
Hensley, and that's
right.
certainly something we can certainly,
Yeah.
we update that based on the Department administration and the information they have on homeschool students and the total school-age population we have in our county. And over across the state, as you know, across the last decade, there's been a decrease in market share from public schools. But we certainly pay attention to that and certainly want to increase our market share.
But it's not until after the day 20 reports are all filed by the charters
then
and
we
the
get
public
the
schools that you
information
get. Then we get that
Okay, good. I look
information.
forward to seeing that.
Yeah, that
And
data
the-
would now be a year old.
Yeah, and the second point is, everyone can get all excited about reducing class size to Mr. Levy's 1 to 15 goal, but I think that the superintendent and other people would be the first to remind us that unless we hold on to some facilities to have smaller classrooms, we can't have smaller classes unless we do something like hang on to the academic building at Aberdeen Elementary, because even if we hire additional teachers, we have to have classrooms to house these smaller classes in.
And that'd be a decision from the board, not from our senior staff. So, thank you very much. Just kudos to Mrs. Faw, who can work numbers to make everybody look really good. Thank you very much for all the inputting that you have done, actually. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Does anyone
Thank
need
you,
a
thank you
break?
very much.
Okay. Does anyone need to take a break before we move on?
I'm okay.
Okay, all right, then we're good.
Bye.
All right, let's move on back to Mr. Barath.
I don't need to introduce Mr. Brath. The chair has already done so.
That's a big notebook, huh?
It's a lot of information just for this school year so far. All right, if you wouldn't mind, Mr. Batchelor, opening up the presentation attached to that. Thank you, sir. Okay. It may have been a while, but today I'm going to give you a lot of updated information regarding capital projects related to the board's previously approved plan. What I'm going to start here with is just some updates and information for you regarding our revenues. The North Carolina Lottery Fund current unallocated amount has been revised now with a final disbursement by the state. Based on previous years on fourth quarter distribution, we expected to receive approximately $200,000 and instead received just under $40,000. I reached out to DPI school planning and asked why the low fourth quarter disbursement, and the response was that they also asked around to know why. The conclusion by the department was that the disbursement was front-loaded in quarters 1 through 3, leaving only 4% disbursement for the last quarter. This just again demonstrates the challenges in forecasting lottery revenues year to year. Our previously projected total available was $2.5 million, and this has been reduced by approximately $158,000. Our local capital fund remains unchanged since previously presented. What's updated is the sale of surplus properties. Now, these have been revised to reflect the current pending sale of the old Aberdeen primary and the range of standing offers for the old Aberdeen Elementary at $853,000, not the $900,000 I just presented, and Southern Pines Primary at $685,000. So the total projected revenue range used to be broad in my early presentation. Has gotten tighter and tighter with these known revenue values as we've been receiving them.
John, go back, please.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I missed this when I previewed it earlier. Up top, it says, it still says projected disbursements by July 2022. In your statement, and I just want to be clear on this, maybe I missed it, but by the time you got that fourth quarter payment of $40,000, how did that compare with what you had estimated for that $850,000? Does that $850,000, is that still a good number for projected through July of next year? Then
That
thank you.
remains.
That's I don't want to belabor it. Go ahead. Thank you.
That is our placeholder standard that we're
Okay.
holding.
All right. I just
as
hit
planning
the
purposes.
panic button on that. I want to make sure it's
Yeah.
still good.
And,
Okay.
and while he's asking on that same vein, did other counties experience the same lower amount?
Yes, it was across the board to every school district. It was 4% disbursement in the fourth quarter.
Okay.
On the ADM.
Okay. During the work of replacing the boilers at schools, replacing water lines at Union Pines High School, replacing the water heaters at schools and the heating system at Elise Middle, working with engineers and vendors on upcoming bids and projects, and general department purchasing and materials for repairs, we began to hear about continual price increases on materials and labor challenges. Staff began investigating the cost increases to determine any impacts to the previously presented budgets for work to be done. Now, as a result of the global pandemic, the shutting down and gradual restart of operations such as mining operations of raw materials, production at factories, assembly plants, land and sea transportation lag, depletion of stocked materials, and low availability of skilled tradespeople, there has been a cost impact to materials and labor across the board. The Previous stock and supply of materials has depleted and many workers have left the various industries, resulting in underemployment. What started out as small and gradual cost increases has recently spiked in some areas and remained steady in others. Many of you are familiar with what happened to the price of wood. If anyone went to do any home repair projects or restoration work, you discovered that quickly. In April of 2020, lumber cost about $260 per 1,000 board feet and skyrocketed to a record of $1,711 per 1,000 square feet in just 13 months. That is an increase of 658%. Now, this is attributed to the fact that the pandemic had so many people staying at home, performing home improvements and purchasing lumber, harvesting operations slowing down, mills having to shut down due to isolation and quarantine, cross-border trading stalling, etc. And this is just one example of how a single material can have a very large impact. So these tables and the following ones are updates that reflect revised budget impacts for each of the projects, and also any revisions to the timeline are highlighted in blue in these examples. These tables are for you and public and others to reference back if you want to look at a specific project and the impact that has been applied to it. I will also update these tables at each board presentation I do on the capital projects. So this is the ESSER 2 and 3 project updates that the board had previously approved for the projects. On this slide, extension of the same projects on this slide, and then the last of the ESSER projects on this slide.
And the blue text, again, John, for point of emphasis.
Blue text indicates changes to the schedule. The entire column of the revised budgets, those are all new. That's a new column. So you can see what the previous budget was and what the revised budget is and the difference between those two. And I'm going to summarize that in the following slides here. This is more informational for you to go back to as needed. So the same I applied to our capital project updates that the board had approved as needs at the school district using our local funding for these. And then these are the remaining priority projects the board will recall that were approved at the same time of those. So previously, your approved capital projects, there are two categories of funding, the one being the federal funds through the ESSER 2 and 3, the other being local capital outlay in the North Carolina Lottery Fund distribution. So these recent factors that have impacted the proposed budget for all identified projects. So the federal ESSER 2 and 3 projects have increased $1,143,130. The local capital and lottery projects have increased by $814,195 for a combined increase of $1,957,325. Bids were received for the first 6 of the ESSER-funded projects. 3 of the projects were over the projected budget by between 15 to 35%. 2 of the projects were within 5 to 7%. One project was well under the budget because we were able to utilize some salvaged boiler sections and not required purchase of these sections. As I previously noted, coming out of the gate with these costs led to discussions with contractors, vendors, and engineers about the volatility of material and labor cost. All responded with statements of how they've had to consider using other materials or systems, not only as a result of the price increase, but also to the lead time to have the materials delivered to projects on time, and in some cases, not even being able to secure a cost for materials. Examples of long lead items at this time are membrane roofing and insulation not being available for 4 to 6 months. Electrical panels and wiring having delays 2 to 4 months. PVC piping lead times to continue to grow past 1 to 3 months as the material supplies for these items dwindle. Recent example here at Moore County Schools is the boiler that was ordered for Ely's Middle School and the replacement of the heating system. It was ordered in June by the contractor for an expected delivery in August. Contractor was informed in July that due to shortages and delays, the manufacturer did not even know if the boiler will be shipped in time for the heating system, which begins the month of November. This went on for weeks of back and forth and planning and trying to come up with alternative solutions should the boiler not arrive. However, fortunately, the boiler did arrive last week to be installed in time for heating system. Other items and materials have seen dramatic increases. Copper, 231% over a period of 13 months. Other items that have impacted material costs is not just restricted to COVID, but also one of the largest exporters of bauxite for core material required for aluminum had impact a shutdown as a result of civil unrest. We have seen lift station impacts of 25%, metal coil sheets, those are like ductwork and other items like that, 200% increase. Labor has had modest increases, which are expected to gradually increase with a shortage of tradespeople. As I mentioned, some of the labor force impacted by the pandemic used the opportunity to pivot into new careers and possibly not return into the labor force. The pipeline of new labor for skilled tradespeople has been a struggle before the pandemic across all industries, and this only adds to the already pent-up demand for work in skilled trades. It is expected labor costs will increase 15 to 20% over the next quarter. So all this being said was the impact on capital projects. All the projects will be impacted by cost escalation anywhere from 5% to 30%. Projects that use more materials in various labor trades will have a higher increase of approximately 30%, while smaller projects and less labor projects will be moderate in the 5 to 10% increase. The previous tables represent staff's revised budgets for these ESSER and capital lottery funded projects. I want to note that there are 3 hot water heater projects, just hot water heater, not boilers, totaling about $36,000 that will be removed from the ESSER project list and paid from the annual maintenance operating budget because they already did that work and had funded it through our allotment for operations. Because of the current volatility of costs and the forecasters do not have a clear prediction of stabilization, we are going to continue to monitor the market, continue our engagement with contractors and suppliers, and update the board on a regular basis of any revisions to these forecasts. As you recall, the funds made available by the ESSER supplanted expenditures for the projects resulted in approximately $5 million. The county has also made it known that the bond premium funds of $8.5 million are also available for capital needs at schools. The board previously approved applying these funds to the modernization of outdated gymnasiums at 6 schools. Given the potential increase in project costs, the deficit in the ESSER and local capital lottery identified projects will rely on these supplant funds to offset the impact of construction escalation. As noted, with the volatility of costs, we know that the starting point of risk to be the $1.9 million total deficit, and it could be more. There will be a range of funds required from the supplant to offset these costs, but at this time, it would provide a revised supplant amount of just over $3 million. Now, I may not have made it clear previously to the board and to the public, but the supplant funds rely on time to accrue to the identified $5 million. They're not available out of the gate. This is accrued over the 3 years of the ESSER project funding. This means that the modernization of gymnasiums would not begin for 3 years, potentially. The plan is to allow the funds to accrue for 3 years and then start the modernization of 2 to 3 gymnasiums. At that time, a request would be made to the county for the bond premium funds along with any interest earned for the remaining gymnasiums. We will provide updates to the board on accrued supplant funds periodically as they are gathered. It is also worth noting that the budgets for the modernization of the 6 gyms has been impacted as well. These projects have a projected increase of approximately $3.8 million for a revised total of just under $16.5 million. Applying the revised supplant fund amount of just over $3 million and the entire bond premium fund of approximately $8.5 million to this revised budget leaves a deficit of just under $5 million for the gyms. Because of these cost impacts to the ESSER and local supplant, to the local capital and lottery and gymnasium modernization projects, we may need to put the promise to modernize the 6 gymnasiums on hold while we reevaluate our capacity to proceed with all 6 of the gym modernizations under these circumstances. I spoke a lot. I apologize for going through it, but I wanted to make sure to get through all this information and to give you time to now open the floor to
Okay,
questions.
before you hand it over, I just want to make sure, you did a good job, you covered everything, and yes, it was fast. I would like you to go back just to emphasize, I want to say this a little bit more slowly. When we talk about ESSER supplant money, there's always been this amount of money here, making it look like we've got cash in hand. That money, just to remind the board, will result over time from the progression of projects that previously were intended to be funded with local capital. We are going to use ESSER, federal ESSER funds for those, and so that 100,000 for that that 100,000 in local dollars that was intended for that particular project will now use federal. Now we have 100,000 in the accrued ESSER supplant fund. And then each time there's a project, that means that there's an accrual of local dollars that otherwise would have been spent that they're not being spent. And it was going to take every bit of a year to 18 months before we would have enough local ESSER supplant money to contribute our share to any one or more of these gym modernization projects. So really, it was on hold for another 12 to 18 months anyhow. Is that accurate?
More likely 18 to 24 months.
Okay. So I think that as I looked back at our previous presentations, I don't know if we explained it that way, but I think it's important that we do that. It really doesn't change anything at this point. There's nothing the board has to do. There is a responsibility on the part of the staff, though, to keep the board informed and to kind of keep you up on what the pattern is with this spending. We were still going to be a year or two away from the first gym modernization anyhow, so that time is built in either way. I will say that there are some pundits that suggest that maybe some of this is going to, work itself out over the next year to 18 months. But those are the real sunshine people in the room. I said most experts believe that some of these adjustments that we're making to our budget are probably very prudent and something we need to be looking at. So at this point, I'll turn it over, Madam Chair, to any questions the board might have.
All right, are there questions for Mr. Barath? Mr. Levy?
Yes. Now, you're talking about this ESSER supplant fund. I understand what it is, and I understand the concept. But is there going to be a pile of money somewhere in some account which is accruing over, let's say, 18 months or maybe 24 months?
They'll be in our local capital.
Okay, so that will be in a local account. Now, it's my understanding that the county always, as a matter of fact, one of the reasons why the county did not give us as much money as we wanted before was because Mr. Vest kept saying, well, you've got all this money in this account over here, and you're not spending it. I don't think that was true, okay? But that was the story that they gave to the county commissioners, which said, okay, you're not spending it quickly enough. I believe one commissioner told me that almost at the end of the fiscal year, we had only spent maybe 50% or 60% of our allotted money, okay? And then you told me there were reasons for that, and I understood it, okay? My concern about the way we're doing this is that we're going to be showing on our books a whole lot of money in a particular fund. And then they're going to say, well, you've got a whole lot of money here. Why don't you use it for that? So I'm not so sure that it's the greatest of ideas to hold off on these gyms and create a supplant fund, which, I do remember a little bit of history on the board, and that's only as a citizen because you people were on the board at the time. But there was a large fund an overage fund, I'm forgetting what the
Fund
name.
balance.
Fund balance, yes, thank you. It was a fund balance. And the county commissioners looked at that and said, look at these guys, they've got this big fund balance. And so before we give you any more money, we want you to spend this money. So one of the lessons of bureaucracy is to spend the money you have on the projects you need to do and to do it as quickly as possible. Because otherwise, other monies that would have gone to you will go elsewhere. So it's a strategy thing that I think we ought to think about. Secondly, when the county gave us, put us in their budget this year, they gave us about $32 million, and that was an increase of what over the previous year? Am I correct at 0%?
Yeah.
At 0%, okay? And I said during that time, I said, we've got inflation coming across, and we need to go to these county commissioners and say, there's inflation coming up here. And I don't think we did that, at least we weren't persuasive enough to tell them that. And so all of a sudden, now we're here with a deficit. So once again, I believe we need to go to the county commissioners. And I believe we have to go to the county commissioners and say, hey, county commissioners, there's inflation going on here. And if anybody's tried to buy a board foot of lumber or a car or almost anything under the sun, okay, they know supplies are short and the price is going way up. So I guess in the end, number one, I think we've got to go back to the county commissioners for a supplemental on two things. On number one, on next year, 22-23, getting the number of teachers in grades 4 and 5 down to a 1-to-15 ratio, which is going to be a sales, which is going to be not just necessary, but also something we can tell everyone who's thinking about going to other schools that we have a 1-to-15 ratio. And I think it's also necessary to properly bring up the gap, the ethnic gap, which we have in terms of our students and in terms of the difference in ethnic achievement. And number two, based on inflation alone, because we cannot do the things that we were going to do with inflation. I just hope that we would think about starting maybe one or two of those gyms immediately with the money we have from ESSER, as opposed to putting it off for 2 years, waiting for the accrual of funds. And I don't even know if this is possible, but it's just something we ought to look at.
I would say that if we did that, we'd have to then go into the project list of boiler replacements and roof replacements and offset those and delay those. Something's going to have to be delayed. And since the modernization of the gyms was the last in, that was a lower priority to the other list that the board approved in the spring. The board didn't act on the gyms until August, after we'd had multiple presentations about what would be left over. If we used federal dollars to supplant local dollars, then we would have this much at the end available. What do you want to do with it? It was then that you all acted on the modernization of the gyms. If you wanted to advance that, you'd have two options. One is you have to offset some of these other priorities that you all agreed to. Or two, you go to the commissioners and say, let's use the bond premium money now, and then do whatever we can with the bond premium money. You'd have to make some choices. You wouldn't be able to do everything you want to do, but you use and I think the commissioners would be open to that. But you would use the bond premium money to modernize, say, 3, maybe 3, 4 would be a stretch, but you do 3. Depends on which ones, because they're different cost. So let's just say 3. You do 3 of them, but then you're out of money, and then you'll come back to the other 3 later when you find out. That'd be an approach you could take. But listen, that would be a board call. You just let us know. It'd be a matter of, we're not prepared to make a recommendation one way or another. But I would caution the board to think carefully before you start canceling. You'd have to cancel a lot of these projects in order to generate the kind of money that you need to modernize the
Well,
gyms.
I'm not suggesting that we cancel any projects, but what I am saying is that we spend the money we have when we have it. So that if, say, we can keep all the projects and we have enough ESSER funds plus some other money to start one gym, all right? Let's do that gym. And let's keep our balance at zero or near zero so that we don't look like we've got all this money, which the county commissioners will then say, well, you guys have all this money and you don't need it anymore.
That's certainly a strategy.
Okay.
You definitely can do that, and there's a variety of ways to go about doing that. What we do know, though, is that based on the accumulation of the ESSER supplant money, we could maybe do a drill down next month and show specifically which projects are tied into that. I think you actually have a table. We've looked at that before, and we could show the board. And then at this point, we could pull the trigger and do one of the gyms at that point, combine it with some bond premium money so the commissioners know we've got some skin in the game, and there's an approach we can take. That wasn't our intention to bring a recommendation today. We
No,
just want to make sure the whole board was brought up on the same page as to what the situation is.
But what you're saying, Dr. Grimacy, makes a lot of sense to me, and I know that we're just talking about it here. This is a work session, and that's what we do at work sessions. We talk things out, and then maybe you can bring a proposal that'll work for us.
Well, real quickly, just off what Mr. Levy has said, I say let's go ahead and approach them for the bond premiums. I mean, if they're going to continue to dangle this in front of us and say, you've never asked for the bond premiums, now is the time, and let's begin the first two gyms and go up to Westmore and High Falls and say, we're here, we said we were going to do this, let's do it. And then the money can accrue, because I do understand why that is done, because capital projects very seldom fit neatly into the amount of money that we actually are appropriated. So you do have to let that accrue. But there's no point in letting that $8.5 million in bond premiums sit there when we need to be renovating these gyms.
Yes, ma'am. Well, we can bring you a plan. We can bring a proposed plan
let's
next
go.
month.
Let's go that route.
I
and
agree,
get to it.
especially since I believe am I incorrect? Some of those bond premiums were used to reimburse the county for the $750,000.
No, sir, that was the sales tax reimbursement. That's a
Okay,
different
well-
topic.
Interest.
I think Mr. Hensley had a question.
Yeah, this is a good discussion, and the other thing I would encourage board members to think, by the way, I agree. I think that, I'm backing up a bit, snag it before they spend it. Might ought to be the campaign
exactly
motto,
correct.
right? I think that's what Levy was getting at.
Exactly correct.
But the other thing that I would ask board members to consider, I don't have any preconceived notions, I have an example, but of the capital improvements that we approved back in December and January, all the board members ought to look at that and see if the higher price tag, if we still want to spend that. I mean, obviously a boiler replacement, we just got to suck it up and do it, but you got to ask yourself, if all of a sudden we're only going to be able to do 4 gyms instead of 6 gyms, do we now want to spend $1.5 million for a track at Pinecrest as an example, when we could do maybe a whole gym and get more benefits? So I don't really have it. I mean, I saw this for the first time today, but I would ask board members just to think about it and look at those line items, and maybe if you have strong feelings one way or another, let the chair know and we can have a further discussion on them. Because, we did approve them at X, and some of them are, 1.2X, and maybe it's not worth it.
All right, any other comments?
We'll bring a proposal for the board in November.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Barath.
You're welcome.
All right, we move on now to item 3D.
Yeah, Madam Chair, that does complete the staff's presentations to the board today.
Yes, sir, it certainly does, and thank you very much to everyone who's been here. We haven't only been having quite a rainstorm outside. And we now move to renaming Southern Pines Elementary. This is on the agenda at the request of Mr. Hensley, so I'm going to allow him to initiate discussion.
Do I need to move to the grilling table, or can I do it from there?
Wherever you're more comfortable.
See how fierce you guys look sitting down there. This may appear out of the blue for everyone, and I know it's highly unusual, but it's something that I've been thinking about really for well over a year, actually maybe 2 years. But in the last several years, Moore County has had, actually, let me back up. In the last several years, there's been 3 Medal of Honors awarded to servicemen, one posthumously, with ties to Moore County. That's our nation's highest award for valor. It doesn't get any higher than that. And quite frankly, when these Medal of Honors were awarded, there should have been parades. There should have been special editions of the paper. That's the tradition of our country. Instead, the local paper didn't even cover the first 2, and they reluctantly covered the third one after they were really shamed into covering it. So therefore, I want to propose that we amend policy 7550, which states that no buildings will be named after a person living or deceased, that we modify that policy and that to give an exemption to recipients of Medal of Honors with ties to the local community, and that the first school be renamed the Master Sergeant John Chapman Elementary School. And for those that don't know, Master Sergeant Chapman's widow was awarded the Medal of Honor in August of 2018 for his actions where he was killed in action in, I believe, 2002. So obviously there's complexities involved. I would request that the superintendent look into, any legal issues and the approximate costs and report back to us. And then we can have a discussion on making an exception, again, modifying our policy to allow buildings to be named after Medal of Honor recipients with ties to the local community.
All right.
Madam Chair, if I could.
I was going to say, we do not have this on the agenda for an action item today, but purely for discussion.
Okay, Madam Chair, I can help Mr. Hensley on one thing. There are no legal restrictions whatsoever. The board has great discretion in, the statute provides the board with much discretion on naming facilities. The current board policy is one that this board approved. It's not required by the state the way that it's presented, and this board also can waive that policy. So you have very broad legal discretion, and I think Mr. Ramey would agree with me. As far as costs go, that's just a matter of signage and stationery. And so, yeah, we can, if the board wants to give us specific direction about a specific school, we can come back with costing that out. Should the board agree that it's got a consensus directive on that, we can certainly come back and do that. And that's it. That's just a quick contribution to Mr. Hensley's presentation.
And I've reached out to Master Sergeant Chapman's widow, Valerie, and she is in full support of this. She would be excited to have one of our new elementary schools named after her deceased husband.
Okay, thank you. Are there further comments or discussion?
I just have one question, just for my understanding, is the particular school Southern Pines that's mentioned is this where he lived? Southern Pines area?
That's actually a good question, and it gets more complicated because there's, as I mentioned, there's 3 recent Medal of Honor winners from this area. One, I believe, lives in the Whispering Pines area. One lives in the Southern Pines area. And Master Sergeant Chapman and his wife, he was killed in action in 2002 when the unit he was with was at Pope Air Force Base. So that unit is now in this area. So Master Sergeant Chapman and his wife did not live in Moore County when he was killed in action. However, subsequently, many members of that unit do live in this area. So the reason I went into this big explanation, Pam, is I put a lot of thought into this. And I didn't want to make this proposal until I talked to actual recipients, and we're reaching out to the other two. Or in the case of Master Sergeant Chapman, his widow. I didn't want to make this proposal without the permission of the people involved. So I think really the best course of action, we discussed it as a board, we reach a consensus, we modify the policy if that's the board's, decision. And then in the intervening time, maybe all three of them come back and go, yes, we would be honored. Or maybe two of them say yes and one says no. Right? Then we can intelligently decide. But I think it needs to be one of our newer schools that's going to be there for 50, 75, maybe the way things are going, 150 years. So, and I just randomly, so to answer your question, I just randomly chose a Southern Pines Elementary. There's nothing magical about it. And in fact, I would suspect that would change based upon other people that we might name schools after and where they actually lived at the time.
Are there other questions or comments?
I would say that, to me, a school should be named after somebody that is in education or has done something for the education system. I like where you're going with that, but I think that maybe something for the community, maybe his name could be part of the community, like a park or something of that sort. But for as a school, this is just my opinion, I think it has to be something school-related. That's what I have to say about that.
Okay. Other comments or questions? Mr. Levy?
Yeah, I would just hope that we really think very hard about this, because we are a military area. We are, many of our students come from military families. To honor our military with the name of our fallen heroes, especially this Medal of Honor winner, who is deceased or was killed in action, I guess is part of how he got the Medal of Honor. This would be a great thing to do for our community, and would really say something about the community and how dedicated we are to our soldiers.
All right, other comments or questions? All right. I would guess that we might continue to discuss this, and Mr. Hensley, I'll get back with you about how you would most want to proceed with this, and give the board time to think on it, and come back to you with questions as well. All right. All right, let us move on now then to our last agenda item. Again, this one is back to Mr. Hensley at a recommendation for an alternative location for the meeting. According to board policy, I believe it's 1310, meetings are scheduled for the central office, which is where the board meeting room where we are now, unless otherwise specified. So, Mr. Hensley?
Yeah, I'll just jump out. I'd like to make a motion that our next business meeting be held in an auditorium and/or gym or other Moore County school facility, which will allow us to show off our facilities, allow us to rotate our meetings around the county so that more citizens will be able to attend. And most importantly, at a facility which will accommodate all members of the public who wish to attend and/or possibly speak at the business meeting.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Hensley has placed forth a motion to schedule the next meeting of the board, which would be the meeting for October 12th, at an alternative location, one which would provide a bigger facility. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, the motion has been made by Mr. Hensley, seconded by Mr. Holmes. All right, is there further discussion?
I would just, oh, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I want to get there someday, but because of the recent threats that we've been having, and the investigation that's going on, I don't feel comfortable going to a school that it's that big and maybe putting some children that are after school in jeopardy of something that could happen. That's just my personal opinion. I just wouldn't feel comfortable doing that at this time. I want to get there, but as soon as this investigation is over with, maybe we can do something like that. But right now, I don't agree with that.
I agree with Ms. Caldwell. I think at this point in time, with where we are with our investigation, which I take seriously, I just think that we need to err on the side of caution and to be in an atmosphere where we feel safe. We talked about keeping our environment and our schools safe. That also means board members and our staff, as well as our people who are coming to our board meetings, our teachers and our parents who have decided, from what I understand, that they don't want to be a part of highlights anymore because they fear for their safety as a result of the recent threats. So I just think at this time, we just need to be cautious and just continue to meet here at our local boardroom.
Excuse me, before, well, go ahead.
No.
Well, I have, Dr. Grimacy, I saw Chief Rye was here earlier. If he's still here, I think we're going to have some security questions that he may need to weigh in on.
I could call him, but I may be able to answer those.
Okay, is there any particular reason we can't hear him directly from Chief?
I don't know where he is. I could go look for him, but
He's no longer in the lobby.
Yeah,
so-
I feel capable of answering most questions, and if we need him, I can go get, if I can't answer it, I'll go, I'll get somebody to get him.
Okay.
Mr. Levy?
Okay. I just want to let everyone know that I consider the person who made this phone call, some will call it a threat, some will call it whatever you want to call it. I consider them to be a terrorist, okay? Because what a terrorist does is they put terror into your heart. It's not so much that they hurt someone, but they make you scared, okay? And what they want to do is they want you to be so scared that you will do effectively, you'll get rid of your rights, you'll take all sorts of steps. And that is not the kind of power that we should be giving to some idiot on a phone call who made some statements which are at best profane and certainly discomforting. When we say all of a sudden we won't take our school board meeting out to a school in Northmore or in Carthage or in Vass or wherever, we have given the power of that person who made that phone call. We have given her that power to decide for us what we do. And that, I think, is wrong. I think we have to step up. And I personally, I don't think there's really any danger here. We have multiple police officers. I don't think that there's been any follow-through on this phone call or anything like that. But assuming, and I do understand how it makes people feel uncomfortable, we as public servants have to go out, and we have to go out into the public, and we have to field their questions. We have to give them enough room so that everyone can speak their minds. I understand at the last meeting, we had people who were turned away at the door who wanted to come in and watch our board meetings. You know, this is not what we should do. And I want to call attention a little bit to the letter, one of the letters which was attached to our agenda. And it was from the National School Boards Association. And I believe that that is one of the most dangerous and terrible letters I have ever seen. That letter said that in order to stop people from doing what they're doing, yelling about critical race theory or making their feelings known, that the administration in Washington should invoke the Patriot Act against terrorism, the Schools Act, and all sorts of federal legislation to investigate people who are coming and being heard. That, to me, is as close to fascism as humanly possible. We are a democracy. And yes, there are some, I get yelled at, I get screamed at, people say bad things to me online, offline, whatever. But that, I'm a public servant. I have to endure that. And if I thought there was some real danger, maybe I'd think differently. But we seem to be in a type of hysteria here, where we are so scared of people who have a difference of opinion that we want to call out the FBI, we want to call out the Justice Department, we want to call out the State Bureau of Investigation, we want to call out the police, by the way, the local police force and even our schools police to investigate. And I see these people, some of them are for me, for my position, some of them are against my positions, but they are sincere in just wanting to have their voices heard. By kowtowing to such hysteria, such as this letter from the National School Boards Association, and by refusing to have our meetings with the people in public, we're contributing to this atmosphere of fear and I believe fascism. So, and I'm not, by the way, I'm not calling anybody a name who feels differently from me. What I am saying is we have to be for freedom, we have to be for democracy, and we have to act as patriots. And that means we have to go into the public square and listen to the public and certainly take certain precautions, but not get into this hysteria, such as being touted by the National School Boards Association and the like. Submit.
Thank you. Mr. Dennison.
Yes, I would just like to read our policy 1325, disruption of meetings. Persons who willfully interrupt, disrupt, or cause disturbances at official meeting of the board is to be directed to leave by the presiding officer. If any such person refuses to leave after being directed to do so, he is guilty of a misdemeanor. Last meeting, we had 2 people ejected. People kept interrupting all the time. I think if we were in a larger venue, that would be impossible to control, and we need to control it.
Thank you, Mr. Dennison. Mr. Hensley?
So what Mr. Dennison just proposed is restricting the rights of the many because of the misdeeds of a few. And he just admitted that even this smaller venue, there were issues that he hopes to avoid. So I've got a couple questions for the superintendent. What makes this particular venue more defensible or secure than another Moore County school property, if we believe in this threat?
Smaller.
I'm sorry, I thought I asked the superintendent.
You did. I didn't.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Dennison. Okay, it's a good question. It's a fair question. What I'm trying to do is I don't want to get into, I want to make sure that when I ask it, that we don't get into discussing comparative vulnerabilities between sites that may be appropriate for the discussion of public meetings being held, but our schools do more than just serve as platforms for public meetings. So I want to make sure that I don't get into too many details about why our schools are weaker platforms than this one. There is an advantage to this site because of the green space that we have out front that allows for supplemental parking and gathering of individuals. and the ability for the rear of the facility to be secured. And so the public can have its opportunity to enter and leave the building through the front, and board members and other staff members have that security of entering and leaving from the back. I think that this site offers a very easy means by which we can use metal detection. That can be done at athletic events. We've seen it done at our athletic events. That can be done at the schools, but certainly this site makes it very easy for us to do the same thing the county commissioners do when they have their meetings, and that's to provide metal detection. Beyond that, in all fairness, Mr. Dennison leaned on the fact that if there is difficulty in maintaining order and decorum at a meeting with a large assembly, it is more manageable, theoretically, it's more manageable to do so in a smaller assembly. And so given that the public has access through video streaming and a variety of other ways to view the school board's business, this site reduces the size of the audience down to something that is much more manageable in terms of the board's need for appropriate decorum and minimizing disruptions. Speaking on behalf of Chief Fry, again, without getting into details that law enforcement is advised me to be very cautious about in terms of what their stance is and in terms of whether it's an investigation or their recommendations on security. I think that his definite preference is that we continue to abide by school board policy, conduct meetings that are at this location. He expressed, as did his staff, Captain Hardy, were very concerned about individuals who defied law enforcement requests, whatever those requests would be, that we saw defiance of requests from law enforcement, an individual who refused to replace a mask, to get out of a chair. I think this goes well beyond opinions and gets into behaviors. And I think that's the key here. We can choose to characterize this as an effort to manage opinions or to apply a political bias, but it really comes down to people respecting the chair when the chair asks, makes a point of order and asks the audience and individuals to comply with simple rules. It's a matter of individuals respecting those rules so that we can expand on the forum by which people can express their opinions. And so I don't want to get into a debate over who's biased about this and who's biased about that. I think that if I were to characterize what the chief has advised me as the chief executive officer, and he as my designee relative to law enforcement, is that the meeting would be kept here for the reasons that I've just stated. Now, I do want to make sure that we're careful that we don't overplay the single threat, okay? Oh, I can't wait. This one threat is the whole reason why we're here. I think that that certainly was what provoked my attention and which led me in consultation with law enforcement, the chair, and legal counsel to make certain decisions on that Friday. I believe it was September 10th, one of which I reversed based on updated law enforcement advice on Monday. Even though that was at the expense of my reputation, I was characterized as flip-flopping. But it was the right thing to do on Friday, and then it ended up being the right thing to do on Monday. And that was based on advice and counsel that Sheriff Fields and Chief Fry gave me on Monday based on their monitoring of a variety of factors over the course of the weekend. And so that threat that we received and the current open investigation about that, which I hope will get to a point at which some sort of determination can be made, at least some sort of closure can be brought to that in the not too distant future, is not, I don't want to overcharacterize this as it's all hinging on that. I would say Chief Fry's recommendation to me is probably grounded as much in what we observed at our September 22nd meeting as that particular one instance. Does that I think that's about, I didn't have a planned presentation, so I
That's
hope
fine.
I hope I captured everything there.
Yeah, let me respond to a couple of your comments. My question was, what makes this building more suitable or more defensible, I think I used. So,
I tried my best. I
right,
hope
the
I gave
first point-
justice
the
to your
fir-
question.
Well, the first point that you made is that, it allows board members and staff to park around back and the public to park around front. Okay? Setting aside for a moment the fact that there was one metal detector in the back, so the public had to walk around the back anyway. So setting that aside, that, there was one entrance for everybody. But when the
I
last,
could note that the metal detector is now in the front, and that's
Right.
because.
I made that recommendation.
Yeah,
There's
you
more
made that
people.
recommendation, but others, including myself, noticed that as well, so thank you.
So, so now the board members have to come in the front where the public is, so there's no separation. But that's not my point. Here's my point, is at the last meeting at Union Pines, when I pulled up, the SRO directed me to park in the back with the other board members. And I said, no, I'll park out front with the public. And I walked in front and I talked to the public and this and that. And there was a school board meeting that I attended in Union Pines before I was on the school board. It was one where the classified staff raise was being discussed. Actually, Mr. Levy and I attended, and there were hundreds of classified staff people there. You guys remember, you were all up on stage. And that was 6 months before the election, 6 or 8 months. And the school board parked around back, came in a back secret entrance, and the public went to the front. And my observation was that's the way it's worked at every single facility, even before this alleged threat, is that the school board members, except myself, because I park out front and mingle with the people and come in and, like a normal person, but there's always been this separation. And there was another time when I came and I stood right here and I spoke, and it was when Miss Helena Wallen Miller was chair. And I distinctly remember at the board meeting, SROs escorted Miss Thompson out to her car. Now, she was friendly. We stopped and talked and stuff. So this strange fear of school board members being afraid of the public and coming in back entrances really predates this so-called alleged threat.
Right, it does, and that's the reason why I tried to separate the, as you say, alleged threat.
Right.
And that's one of the reasons why I hope that at some point that there'll be a comfort level with law enforcement that I can release it, because then the public can judge for itself the degree to which the average person thinks about that characterization. There are other reasons why we do that, and I really don't want to start getting into the vulnerability of facilities. I will say also that for Union Pines' graduation and for other events, entry through the back of the building is generally restricted for all public events at Union Pines, with some exceptions, and that generally if there are certain individuals like school board members, as a matter of convenience, they're allowed to park out back. I would say that prior to the recent year, and not to suggest that it's since the election, but just with all of a lot of people feel as though there's been increased hostility at school board meetings across the country and across the state. Well, that's not just indigenous to Moore County. That's going on across the country. And so prior to that, entry through the back of the building wasn't always because of security. It was just because the public was generally brought in through the front of the building for convenience purposes. The principal often let other people park out back. So I would separate those. In this particular case, I did the best I could to tell you why it is that we prefer to have a single point of entry. I'll acknowledge your observation about the fact the metal detector was at the back and we preferred people to come through the front. That's been remedied. And beyond that, I think that Chief would probably prefer at this point, if he were here, to probably not say anything more about why this site, what the vulnerabilities and benefits of this site are, other than what I've just cited. Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. So let's move on. I got a couple other things. So I believe, so I believe that this so-called threat, the recording, should be released. I agree, and let's let the public decide. Because as I've mentioned, weekly, not so much lately, but I used to weekly get more threats on my Facebook page than my perception of this. And I think there's a lot of people out there who, once they hear this, are going to realize this is a giant overreaction and that it's being used for political gain. Because
Mr. Hensley, do you want to discuss moving the meeting
I
or
am.
to discuss the threat, which is still under confidential consideration?
no, I'm discussing moving the meeting to my next
Then
point.
return to the
is
topic,
this.
please.
Well, Madam Chair, I'm only responding to what the secretary said.
Now, I believe you're not germane any longer, but continue, please.
So the only effect, the only apparent effect of this threat has been the restriction of rights and the restriction. This is the way many people in the community feel, and this is why they're outraged, and this is why the outrage is only going to grow, because there are many members of the public who view this, the only effect of this has been the chilling of people's right to attend and the people's right to address their public officials. And if you look at it, there's never been any issue. There was this group that was, and I'm making no claim as to who organized it, but there was a group affectionately referred to as the Bob Mob, that everyone, the incumbent board members, were fine when they showed up and they spoke in support of the incumbent board members. But there's many people of the public who firmly believe, and I'm one of them, by the way, that the minute not the minute, but a couple meetings after the criticism shifted from the new board members to the incumbent board members, that all of a sudden we got this huge security issue and we must restrict it down so only 20 members can attend. 2 years ago, when the Bob Mob, and again, Dr. Grimacy, I'm not saying that you're involved in this, that's just what it was called. When the Bob Mob showed up.
I did not call it that.
Correct, sir. That's why I point that out. And I'm not saying you organized it either. I'm just saying that's what people called it. So the meeting would have been held at Pinecrest Stadium if that many people would have shown up in support of the incumbent board members. And the only effect of this so-called threat, and I think people are going to be shocked at the diminutive nature of it, if that's the right term, when it's released, but the only effect has been to quelch the speech of people who are critical to the incumbent members of this board. So that's why I make a motion that we need to move it to a venue that's large enough for any members of the public, regardless of the size, so they can come and participate in our board meetings.
One last comment, Madam Chair. I disagree with my board colleagues with regard to the purpose that we are trying to keep the meetings here. If you take a look, not only within Moore County, but just across the country, folks are irate, they're mad, and you do not know what they're going to do from one minute to the next. And we have seen, as Dr. Grimacy stated, we have seen a difference in the public coming in to comment. Before people would show up, they would comment. They were not angry. They were not mad. But now the hostility is there at the forefront. And when folks get to a different level, you just do not know at what level are they going to get to. You got shootings in school, you got different things happening, and obviously we can't divulge exactly the content of the threat, but whenever you have somebody that has explicitly stated what's going to happen, you take notice, or I do. I stop and take notice. And you don't have a warm and fuzzy feeling with that. And was it just, just having something to say, just to be saying it? I do not take it that lightly, personally. I'm speaking for Pam Thompson. And here we have a controlled environment. You may say we have a controlled environment at all of our other locations, but we come in, we have a smaller venue, we can come in the back, public come in the front, we know who's here, and we leave and we go home. So I personally would feel comfortable, at least until we can get through our investigation and try to get people to begin to calm down the hostility. We've got people coming to board meetings from all other counties. We don't know why they're coming to Moore County. We just don't know what people's intentions are. And just continuing to open it up to a larger venue. At this point in time, I just think that we need to proceed with caution.
Are there other comments or questions?
So let me just,
All right.
okay, just
Please.
very, very, very briefly. I just want to get back to this letter which was attached to the, to our board meeting agenda. You know, there are two ways to deal with people who are angry and upset. And I would agree with my colleague that people are more angry and they are more upset. So the School Boards Association, and by the way, this National School Boards Association is showing just how utterly fascistic they are when they react to that by saying, well, let's bring in the Patriot Act. Maybe we can investigate these people who are angry, or we can discourage them from speaking their mind. Or we can do something else. We can not turn away people, because when we turn away people from a venue, they just get angrier. When we tell them they can't speak because there's not enough room, they get more upset. No, the way to calm things down is to bring everyone into an auditorium and to say, and as we've done here, by the way, and we sit here for an hour, 2 hours. It could be 3 hours. We've sat for 3 hours listening to people. And when we do, those people say, okay, I've had my say. Those people will be glad that they've been heard, and they will become, I believe, calmer. I think that by restricting access, we just get people angrier. If we open it up and we say, we are not going to call in the Patriot Act, we are not going to call in I believe one of the other acts that these guys wanted to investigate was the Hate Act. Okay, by the way, when there are riots all over the country, nobody talks about the Patriot Act or the Hate Act, but only when the conservatives come in and they start to object to critical race theory or start to object to other things, do people say, oh, we've got a domestic enemy, and we have to investigate them. So let's give everyone their say, and let's open this up to the public, and we as public servants will sit down and we'll listen, and quite frankly, the demeanor that I've seen out there is not frightening to me at all. Yes, there are some people who are who want to rip off their face masks or do whatever they want, or they want to. The worst of it is they clapped when we said you shouldn't clap. Okay, if that's the kind of unruliness that we get, that's fine, because that's what democracy looks like. So we have to be examples of democracy, not restricting democracy. Submit.
Are there other comments?
I'll say one last thing. I just think when people are getting disrespectful like that, it's uncalled for, and there's children watching. I used to bring my child here. I would never bring her here and have her see what went on that day. She would be just astonished of what adults were doing that day. So that would be another thing. I just don't, when we can have great conversations and they can talk to us one-on-one, but when they're raising their voice, I mean, we had someone come over here and hand something to Libby, and that was uncalled for. How do I know what she had? So, I mean, there's certain things that people are already doing that they should not be doing in a small venue. What's gonna say that they're not gonna do that in a bigger venue? So that's my concern, and we can have great conversations without being so disrespectful to each other. And we are all one board. We've been here for a year together, and you're still calling us the incumbents and you guys the newbies. I just wish we'd all be one board. Let's just be one board, and we decide or we don't decide, and we can disagree with each other. That is totally fine, but I'm not gonna disrespect you at all, because I respect everyone on this board here. May I agree with you? No, but that's okay. But I'm not going to yell at you, and I'm not going to call you names or threaten you or just say mean things. I don't get it. I don't understand why we're at that place where we think that's okay. And I get people are mad and angry, but there's a way to go about it, and there's a way to do things. And I just think we lost that somewhere, and I hope we get that back. But for now, I just don't agree with going to a larger venue because of that.
Thank you. Mr. Holmes?
I disagree with y'all. I think this is really, really dangerous place. If something were to happen, God forbid, where are we gonna go to? What's saying something's not gonna come through there? This is a very tight, vulnerable space right here, I feel like. I would feel safer if we were at a larger venue to where it could be more controlled, to where people have access to, you know, as you were saying, the school board would come in through the back way. I mean, there's a lot of space that you're allowing right there that would, I mean, it would just be safer in my opinion.
All right. Anyone else?
Just one last thing is, you know, these people, you know, these are our neighbors and these are our fellow citizens. And there's no reason to fear our neighbors and our fellow citizens. And if people come from other counties, it's an open meeting and that's their right. And I've just never felt threatened here, never have. You know, last meeting, there were 2 opposing groups out there. I wandered around and talked to both of them. Talked to a couple reporters, and, you know, no one felt threatened.
I didn't feel threatened. I mean, did you feel threatened, Bob?
No, I'm not threatened, no.
Did you feel threatened? I didn't feel threatened.
All right, is there any further discussion? All right, then we call the question and proceed to vote. All those in favor of the motion to move the meeting location for the October 12th school board meeting to a larger venue, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
The motion fails. At this time, we go to board comments. Mr. Holmes, other comments?
I don't have any comments.
Ms. Caldwell?
No, I don't have. Sorry, I don't have any other. I just do want to say that we had some great dialogue today, and some great. It was a nice refresher, and I know tomorrow's going to be the same way. So I hope we continue the dialogue that we did have.
Mr. Hensley?
I have nothing, thank you.
Mr. Dennison?
No, ma'am.
Mr. Levy?
I have this sign here for everybody.
What's
1 to 15.
Oh.
I thought it was.
Ratio
I thought there was a time for start or something. No, we're starting at 8:30 in the morning.
No. 1 to 15. One of the things that I was very happy about was that we started discussing more about academics and a lot less about things like, although it's important, critical race theory and the like. We started talking about our subgroups. But let's face it, we have a giant hill we have to climb. We have to bring our African American students up to where our Caucasian students are. And we have to get our economically disadvantaged students up to where our Caucasian students are, as well as, oddly enough, our Asian students are. And we're going to have to start discussing about investing heavily into reducing class size. And I look forward to tomorrow, where we're going to be discussing, hopefully, solutions. Because the idea, I saw one school where African-American students in one particular grade were approximately 5% of grade level, I think it was in math. And that's not to single out any one group of people, but it is to say that in order to be one country, one people, we have to make sure that all of us are educated regardless of race or creed or color or national origin or sexual preference or whatever it is, okay? We've got to bring up everyone, and we've got to start that dialogue now.
Madam Chair, may I?
Yes, sir.
It says board comments, but I would like to just remind the board, it is valid to remind the board, it's 8:30 in the morning. And you're going to have a real solution-oriented group coming in.
Now is 8:30.
No. It is currently going on 6:40.
Or 1:15, depending on
or
Mr. Lee's.
18:40, if you will, sir. But 8:30 in the morning, and you've got a lot of solution-oriented people. They'll be your kind of folks coming in tomorrow. They're also nervous. Normally, in the past, we've divided these groups up into 2 or 3 groups, but knowing, having worked with you all now for the better part of 11 months, I just assumed that you would prefer to have the opportunity to meet all of them. So it's going to take a little bit longer. It will take some more time. But they are nervous about this, and we've assured them that everybody's on the same page, might have some questions, but that I think tomorrow can be a very good day where we're looking at problems, but how to solve those problems. And I assured them that you all would be there. We'll have lunch, have a lunch break in there. But Dr. Locklear, we're looking at about 30 minutes per group? So our target is 30 minutes per group. They are coming in on schedule. So if you run behind, we end up with sort of a backlog of schools that are out here. Don't want to put too much pressure on everyone, but if you be a little mindful, if you are able to look at some of the materials that we've provided in advance, that would be helpful. I know it's a lot there. It's kind of hard to do. But they'll be very organized when they come in. Does anybody have any questions about our procedure for tomorrow? Because even for the veteran school board members, this will be a new approach this year. So is everybody okay with what you understand the process is tomorrow? Everybody good? Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Thompson, did you have any comments?
I don't have any thoughts.
All right. Then I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So move.
Second.
All right, motion by Mr. Dennison, second by Ms. Thompson. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 7.